Welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys doing tonight? I forgot I had to reboot my computer, so my camera looks all fucky. I thought I was gonna have to delay the stream a little further tonight, actually, because my capture card was acting funky before when I booted everything up to get going. But it worked itself out, so I'm good to go. I still have to fix the camera, though. Hope everybody had a nice Friday, though. We're just gonna... Excuse me. Rather, when I was waking up, I swallowed a piece of dust or something, and it is, like, stuck in there, like, pretty bad, so, hopefully I can shake that fairly easily. Alright, that's fixed, I think. Yeah, we're just gonna take it easy with some golf tonight. This is, last stream before I take a little mini vacation. I'll be off until Thursday. It'll be our next stream day now. So we're just gonna chill tonight. We're not gonna stress about too much. Just have a good chill time. Theo, how's it going? Anyone else lurking around? I see you as well. It's good to have you. Volpe, Blue. I think we'll just jump straight on into it. You can hear it, right? I can hear it in my own voice, that there's like something stuck in there. Unfortunate. It's like I was laying on my back and I took in a deep breath and then it was just kind of like something clogged and I was like, oh god, what's happening? But it's not gonna stop me from enjoying some fucking golf, so... Oh, Volpe, I finally watched the Monster Hunter Legends of the Guild this morning. I had some time to kill and not much to do with it, so I was like, you know what, let's sit down and watch this finally. It was pretty good. It was cute. I wasn't like over the moon with it. I wasn't like, oh man, this is so good, but it was like, it wasn't bad, you know what I mean? It seemed like, honestly, a little cheaply made, like the animation was kind of wonky in places, but it did have some really cool moments. It was kind of funny because, like, the monsters were animated really well, but the people weren't animated very well, but the people are, like, the starring focus of the show, so, like, I feel like they need to, like, if they're gonna do more, they need to, like, prioritize that a little bit better. It was really cool seeing a Kongalala in HD, because, like, the last time we saw him was Generations, which was a 3DS game. And that whole sequence was, like, really cool. That was probably my favorite part. Like, that middle part with the Kongalala and the Devil Show. That part was really cool. But yeah, it was like, I wouldn't, like, recommend that people really need to watch it. I wouldn't be like, oh man, everyone needs to go see it right now. It's, like, it was fun. But again, I wasn't like, oh god, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Like, I wouldn't even say it was better than the live-action movie. It was better in some ways, but then I think the live-action movie had an edge in some ways, too. What else? There was something else I wanted to talk about it, but I'm forgetting what. Oh, well, let's get golfing first. First of all, I'm gonna flip it tonight. Usually I have my list of, like, my character points and, like, who I play the most of, who's getting close to superstar clubs and such. I usually start at the beginning or at the top and work my way down. I think in the interest of playing some different characters tonight, I'm gonna flip it and I'm gonna start from the bottom instead and work my way up. I'm still gonna hold myself to standard clubs only, since I am in the lead by a pretty large margin. And actually my least played is Mario, so there you have it. And I think AI will just work down the list as per usual. So we'll start with Donkey Kong and see how he does. I think we'll start with Dunes as per usual. I like the Dunes, what can I say? Did you forget your... I didn't do this. So the real interesting thing, and this is going to be not a thing that a lot of people think about when they think about Monster Hunter, about this particular animation. But I know that Volpe, I know that you're interested in this sort of stuff as well. The main character makes a lot of puns out of monster names, and I'm curious how the hell that works in Japanese. Those puns can't work the same way, right? Like, they just can't. So that has me, like, really curious. Like, I wonder how the hell those translate. I know that, like, they still have puns in other languages, right? But there's no way they could be the same puns. Like, there's the one line that they show in the trailers, I think, where he says, let's go kick some Lunastra. And it's like, there's no way that works the same way in Japanese that it does in English. There's no way. So does he just have, like, a quirky one-line? Like, that type of localization is really interesting to me. How do you localize that pun to make it work in multiple languages?
Nice shot.
This is the other one I liked. It's Alatrion. I was like, oh yeah, that's a good one. Some of them were pretty bad, but like I think they were supposed to be. But not only does he do it, the other characters acknowledge the fact that he's doing it. So that there's no way that they could have just made it, oh, he just doesn't use puns in other languages, because they have complete conversations about why do you make puns out of the monster names. Like, that's a whole conversation they had at one point. They couldn't just cut that out, right?
Nice shot.
Fuck. Though admittedly that was something I found myself thinking about later, like after I finished one.
Shot.
You jump up on the bed and nap some more food. Go on.
Nice on.
Just don't play with the curtain.
Nice on.
I don't think they're as popular as they are in English. And I use the term popular very loosely. Because some people, like, oh god, that backspin. Because some people really hate them, right? But, and I have to assume it's because maybe they're easier to make in English? I don't know. I'd be curious to know why that is, as well. Oh, so close. I feel your pain. So I was actually thinking, like, before we started, that, like, at this point, golf No one comes to watch me play golf, right? At this point, we can just acknowledge the fact that it's the Theo Vellum series of unfortunate events, comedy of errors show. So I'm looking forward to episode 2. Oh, that's way too hard. Oh my god, I'm bad. Oh, it actually almost worked. Fuck. Whew.
Birdie.
Oh no. How was your week of school, Blue, by the way? I've seen that I haven't been able to catch it, but I've seen that you've been trying to do some streaming lately. I hope that's been going well too. Oh my god. Should have hit it harder. You could be really awesome or really bad. No. I feel like that's kind of my thing too. If something goes wrong, it goes horribly wrong, kind of thing. What are you doing, weirdo? She chose to go under the bed instead, apparently.
Nice paw.
Yes.
Bogey.
To ask the teacher for a random assignment just so you had something to do. What? I mean, I guess like. Now you've been in school already like a couple weeks, right? And I seem to remember high school in particular usually got going pretty quickly. Like they didn't really like ease you into things at the beginning of the school year. They were just kind of like, day 2, okay, now we're gonna, you know, learn how to divide fractions. And you're like, are you serious? I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I don't fully remember what ELA is. I feel like you're gonna say what it is and I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm dumb. Oh. I don't think we called it that at where I went to high school. We just called them English classes. I think I've still heard the term somewhere though, but I don't think it was when I was in high school. Well, maybe some teacher used it, but do I dare? I think I dare. Let's have some fun.
Nice shot.
I've made a terrible mistake. I hit that way too hard. And I think I'm like right behind that rock too. Oh yeah, this is horrible. What have I done? I don't think I'm gonna win this one. I don't think this is gonna go very well. Oh god. What have I done? I think we wanna try and God. What have I done? Oh no. I don't think this is gonna work. And, alright, so, sit back, Theo. Hold my drink. I'm gonna... Holy shit, it actually worked. That, like, couldn't have...
Nice on.
That couldn't have gone any better, honestly.
Nice shot.
I don't think I could do that twice. Let me put it that way.
Nice on.
I was actually pretty sure it was gonna make it between the rocks. I didn't think it was gonna make it up the cliff. It was gonna hit, like, the edge of it, and then it was gonna bounce back and screw me. That's what I expected to have happen there. Ooh, that backspin is fucking killing you this round.
Nice on.
Anyway. And unfortunately, Blue, like... As a... See, I fixed...
Birdie.
I don't even remember my English class as a freshman. But I remember that in later years, I fixed it by, like, just picking more interesting courses, like creative writing and stuff like that. Journalism. Whereas, like, yeah, I think, like, freshman year, you're kind of just... Your hands are tied, right? You just have to take, like, the most basic of basic courses. And if you're, like, at all decent with that stuff already, you're just gonna be like, yeah. Like, I got this already. I don't like this. I think we're gonna go with one of these. Oh, baby, that was almost amazing. That's a 48. I don't know if that made it much more readable. 90, oh my god, 98. I still feel like there needs to be some sort of normalization with how we track scores. Or some sort of handicap or something, I don't know. To kind of balance it out.
Nice par.
Because I don't mean it to sound like a I don't mean it to sound like a bolstering of my own skill or something. This is just like, I feel like it's an objective thing looking at the numbers.
Nice birdie.
The chance of, like, so we have tonight, and then we're gonna play Mario Golf next week, and then that'll be it for September. So scores will reset once we hit October, right? I feel like at this point, the chance of anyone catching me is, like, incredibly slim. Or the chance of my falling, like, way far down is, like, incredibly slim. I'm gonna have to have a series of really bad rounds. Or someone else is gonna have to have a series of rounds where they, like, birdie every single hole, except they get, like, 2 eagles in the middle. And we might even be at a point where it's gonna have to be both. Like, everyone's gonna have to do very well, and I'm gonna have to fuck up a lot. So I feel like it needs some sort of normalization to stop it from getting too out of control. I just don't necessarily know how to do that just yet. I don't think forcing the player in first to use standard clubs is making enough of a difference, let me put it that way. And I guess I also don't want it to be too close, if that makes sense.
Nice shot.
If we're not careful with the handicaps, then no one's ever gonna get a lead. You know what I mean? It'll just always be everyone's neck and neck, which might not necessarily be super interesting either. Like, I could do something like, if you're in first, your par becomes the birdie, or something like that. So that way, like, if you're not getting birdies, you're just gonna be punished. But that could potentially make it that... that might make it that all of our scores stay too close together. And I also mentioned last week that that just requires me doing more math, which I don't necessarily want to do. I want it to be easy to keep track of, since my attention is typically split. Like, I'm having to play well and keep up with chat and manage to do the scoring. So I don't want the scoring to be like this super elaborate system. But I think the fact of the matter is that some of these holes are, like, compared to, like, other golf games, perhaps, these holes might be a little too easy. Especially the more you start to play them, the more you start to get used to, like, how they work, and then... I almost feel like birdie is par in this game, is what it comes down to. I don't know, I'm open to suggestions on how to balance it out better.
Nice.
My original thought was, with the way golf scoring works, since it's kind of based on, like, a base value, right? I figured it wouldn't necessarily be an advantage to anybody if they were here for more holes rather than fewer. Because realistically, if you're making par all the time, your score is 0 anyway, so it kind of just doesn't matter. But I think with how these holes are designed, it actually it kind of snowballs. It eventually does turn into, if you're here a lot, you have more opportunities of rounds where you're gonna get, like, you know, -6 or whatever. Nice.
Nice birdie. Eagle putt.
Nice. Couldn't see it, but also a clean putt.
Eagle putt.
Not a clean putt. He didn't even try. He didn't even try.
Birdie.
I'm thinking what I could maybe do. Let's actually try this out tonight. I'm gonna
Birdie.
do this. That's not gonna mess up. Yeah, it's not gonna mess it up on capture. I'm gonna just expand the scoreboard to the side, and I'm gonna keep a second score tonight. I'll keep the score the way we've been doing it, and then I'm gonna score it with whoever's in first. Their par is, like,
Ready?
1 lower. So all of my... Maybe I'll start it from scratch and see how it goes. I'll try. Whoever's in the lead will basically get an automatic +6 for every. This is unfortunate in multiple ways. Oh my god. Theo, what are you doing to us? Anyway, I'll just play with the numbers, like off the side of the screen, and see how they play out with that concept. Mike, how's it going? It's illegal to golf without feet. I think the rule book in the Mushroom Kingdom is quite a bit different than it is. What's the difference between golfing without feet and golfing like Rosalina, where you're not even standing on the ground? She may as well not have feet, right? So what's the difference? Oh no. God, I hate this hole. I mean, realistically, this could have been worse. So we're gonna do one of these. Fuck Mario, dude. PG-10 is going to as well, by the way. So what your classwork today? Yeah, just either read our book report, work on late work, or work on our book report that is due in December, and you had all that done. You're the one due in December done already? So you're a try-hard student, okay. Oh no. I shouldn't have done the spin. This was probably fine the way it was. Too hard. Or it's, it was a little too hard, but it's workable. Although you also get, like, this is why I just drew all the time.
Nice, huh?
Because then when they put us in situations like that where I had nothing to work on, I was just like, well, I'll just work on my other stuff instead. I have my own projects. So that is what I would recommend.
Nice, huh?
Start, like, writing your own book or something. Were we getting some weird lag on that one, or was that just me? Was I just
Nice, huh?
blacking out?
Birdie.
Donkey Kong, what are you doing? Okay.
Birdie.
Not something about a woman named Elle. I think that was what I thought the first time, too. Oh no, you hate to see it. Yeah, if they're like, especially if they're regularly putting you in situations where you feel like you just don't have anything to do, then that would be my recommendation. See, and although this is something that I thought high school did poorly in regards to preparing me for college, is because college was the absolute opposite. Whereas, like, college assumed you never had anything to do, and just kept piling more stuff on, like, all the time. And I was like, okay, I have a free weekend coming up. I have these 3 projects that aren't due for a couple weeks, but I can start working on those. But then college would be like, you have a free weekend coming up. Here's 2 more projects, and I'd be like, dude, like, I already have a lot to do. I don't need more at the moment. And high school didn't do that. High school was like a constant lack of things to do, for sure.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Not that I think that kids in high school should be overwhelmed with work either, but there could have definitely been a better curve there, is all I'm getting at. Blue is destroying us right now. I think Blue can type however the fuck she wants because she's winning pretty hard at the moment.
Nice shot.
Ella sounds like a beta name for Rosalina or something. Like, that was their, like, in development name before they realized they didn't like it. Before they had to glimpse into the future and realized it was a little too close to Elsa, and they had to dial it back.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
No, see, to be fair, where it went wrong for me in high school was eventually, and they didn't really punish me for this, and I don't know if I necessarily wanted them to punish me for it. Instead, they kind of, like, encouraged me to continue doing what I was doing. But I eventually reached the point where I was like, I don't give a fuck about your projects, I have my own projects going on. I'd be like, I'm just gonna work on my own stuff.
Nice shot.
Yeah, wouldn't Space Peach just be Peach because she's still the one you're saving? I think Volpe might have a point.
Nice shot.
Man, I hit that wind. Where was the wind at? I guess that was actually pretty good.
Nice on.
Are you saying that in Mario Galaxy you might actually be the closest to a plumber that you've ever been in any of the games? This is all really unfortunate. that was... Oh man, that hurt to watch. I'm doing horrible this round. I'm bad. What the hell was that shot? That was all
Nice,
unfortunate. That was also pretty unfortunate. Oh, shot.
Excellent. Birdie.
Can I at least break even? I'd be happy if I can break even. The fuck is... What's with this green, dude? I should like... Not meant to be a shot at anyone here, but I should probably just put my controller down for a second. And just relax. We're dealing with some issues here. Well, so much for blue winning, maybe, I guess. Oh my god. I think you just got robbed. I think you should have had that shot. Yeah, you got robbed there.
Birdie.
Those physics didn't even make sense.
Nice birdie.
So, Mike, I have a feeling you don't pay that much attention anyway, but how do you feel about the fact that Nintendo seems to be spoiling everything about Metroid Dread on Twitter before the game even comes out? I know a lot of people are getting a little pissy with them because they're showing way too much about the game. I've been trying to avoid looking at the trailers now because they're showing a lot. Yeah, I don't think Mike uses Twitter either, which is why I say it. He might not even be noticing it. They're trying really hard to hype the game up, and I don't necessarily hold it against them for that, but like, apparently they've been showing bosses and they've been showing upgrades. Like, they're showing a lot of the game.
Nice, huh? Nice shot.
A weird dream about Game Boy Online. It's not gonna happen, but man, I mean, I think it will happen eventually. I don't think Game Boy Online is like. It's not a question of if; it's a question of when.
Nice shot.
Feelings are you get it. Metroid is notoriously sold poorly, and they're trying to hype it up because they need a lucrative reason to make more Metroid because they genuinely care about the fans. They also need to protect their bottom line as a business. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, it's a shame that they're showing so much. Like, I accidentally saw like one of the suits she gets in the game because I saw it in the trailer thumbnail, and I was like, that sucks. Like, there's a surprise that I'm not gonna have later. Even if I don't know what the suit does, I just know what it looks like. But yeah, I think they're just, yeah, they're trying to get people excited about it because they want people more than just the niche to be excited about it. I think all they had to say was new 2D Metroid, and Metroid fans were happy, right? They didn't need to do any more work to get them excited about the game. That was all they had to say, was, we're making a new 2D Metroid. And then they added, oh yeah, it's Metroid Dread, and then the hardcore fans really lost their fucking minds. That was all they had to do. But they're trying to get the non-hardcore fans excited.
Nice ball.
They've been really working up... Donkey Kong, what are you doing? They've been really working up the other titles, too. Like, they're constantly like, by the way, you can play Metroid 1 and Metroid 3 on NES and Super NES online. Like, just so you know. Like, you have these other two Metroid games you could go play right now.
Nice birdie.
Oh, this is the last hole, isn't it? So, one each.
Nice par. Nice par.
Oh, I did update the card. I guess I didn't mention that.
Theo's 0 DK was... DK1. What the fuck? What have we done? What have we done?
Hey, hey, hey. Don't mess with the curtain.
She's back there, like, scraping her claws and something. What are you getting into back there? It's working. They have coworkers who have never played a Metroid game who are hyped up about Dread. Yeah, hopefully that's, like, a thing. I hope that... I hope this is, like, a gateway for people who have never really meddled with Metroidvanias in general. That's a good thing about sometimes releasing or announcing a game like this that appeals to, like, a very specific, passionate niche, is that you can kind of let them do the promotion for you. Like, all they had to do was get, like, Metroid fans super excited, and they're just gonna be like, we're just gonna get so excited that other people are going to think that they have a reason to be excited, and it just kind of takes care of itself. Too hard, I think. Wore Metroid shirt to work today, and everyone was asking me about the series. I referred them to different ways they can play the games. I even referred them to your old videos. Oh, you're so promoted. No, I don't really consider that promotion. I talked a couple weeks ago about how I think I think we as a YouTube community created a really strong negative stigma against talking about your content in other channels. And we did it for a very obvious reason, because during the Fortnite days, it happened constantly. Like, during the days of YouTube gaming and Fortnite, it was a very common thing that Blue, what are you doing? You're right behind that tree. George of the Jungle over here. Back in the YouTube gaming and Fortnite days, it was very common to see people come into chat just to be like, hey, I'm gonna go live and play some Fortnite just so everybody knows. Like, that was like the definitive, like, bad self-promotion. And I think we had to create some very strong guidelines against self-promotion for that reason alone. Except that doesn't happen anymore. Like, that doesn't happen anymore, and even if it does, it's so easy to just, like, ban them and move on with our lives. I don't think, first of all, I don't think that sort of self-promotion works. I think if someone were to come in and say, hey, I'm about to go live playing Fortnite, I don't think anyone here would say, man, fuck this, I'm gonna go watch this 8-year-old play Fortnite instead. Like, I don't think anyone's actually gonna do that. So, and that's not talking about my own ability as a content creator, that's just me talking about no one wants to watch an 8-year-old play Fortnite. So, I think we can loosen up on self-promotion, is kind of what I'm getting at. And maybe people have already loosened up on self-promotion. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But I think it did become a very strong stigma where, like... And people became very, very... Oh, fuck. They became very defensive about it because... I think there was also a concern where if you let someone self-promote even if they were doing it correctly, you'd potentially have some kids in chat who would be like, well, they're talking about their channel, I can talk about my channel too, right? And it just became a problem, but my overall point is I don't know if it is a problem anymore. And in this particular case, Mike isn't saying he's not... The way self-promotion is really bad is when the self-promotion is aiming to take viewers away from the person who's currently streaming. And 9 times out of 10, that's not the case anymore.
Nice on.
So I don't think it's that bad. Mike isn't saying, hey, I'm about to go live. At worst, you could say he's saying you guys could go watch my videos instead of watching this stream, but, like... I think the average viewer wants to watch a stream. They want to watch it live. They're not going to say, oh, I could be watching non-live content right now. They're not going to consider that as an option. They might consider it as an option for later, which is totally fine.
Birdie.
Anyway. Tangenting a bit, but... Fuck, I wanted to catch up on chat, dude. And Bowser Jr.'s like, it's my turn. Shit-ass character. Why did I pick this fucking character? I never play him, that's why. You need to get the fuck out of here. Whatever the fuck your name is. Bitty Bodies or whatever. That's not hard enough.
Birdie.
Also, G-Law, how are you doing? It has been a while. I hope things are well. Uh-oh.
Nice on.
Rather watch an 8-year-old play retro games with their parents. That sounds way more... Well, than Fortnite? Yeah. There's not much that sounds less fun than Fortnite. I did not account for the green being wet, and it apparently didn't matter. Apparently it's just not wet. Okie dokie. There's one person who always came into your streams to conspicuously ask how much longer you'd be streaming and mentioning they'd be starting a stream around then. See, yeah, that's the bad type of self-promotion. That's people kind of specifically I mean, there are good cases with that. Where, like, if I were to come to one of your streams and say, and do that, my logic would be, well, I need to stream tonight too, but I would rather be watching you stream. But I can't stay if you're going to be streaming for another 3 hours. But if you're going to be streaming for another 30 minutes, I can make that work. But I think most of the time when that happens, it is people saying, it's them planting the seed in chat of like, hey, if you guys need anything to watch after this, I'm going live. Which is like, you gotta read between the lines to understand what people's intentions are.
Ready?
And I think for a while there, we were just looking at it as all self-promotion is bad self-promotion. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think sometimes people just want to relate to the streamer. They just want to talk to someone. As someone who wants to create content, they want to talk to other people who are also creating content or want to create content and, like, share stories, brainstorm ideas. I don't think that's necessarily self-promotion. You can definitely tell when they're doing it in a this is about me type of situation, though. They don't think we can tell. They don't think that we can tell the difference, but we can tell the difference. That's the funny thing, is the people who are maliciously self-promoting think we're stupid and we don't know that they're doing it. But we know that they're doing it.
Nice shot.
Your wife has never played a video game with you. When your son was 8 years old, she played Final Fight with him. Is it wrong that I was a bit jealous?
Nice shot.
Or specifically working your schedule around other streamers that you like to watch. Yeah, like, I used to do that a bit. When I watched more people on YouTube, I don't... Well, not only when I watched more people on YouTube, but also when I just woke up earlier and had more time to see, hey, what are people up to on YouTube before I start streaming? And, yeah, there would be the occasional chance where I'd be like, hey, are you gonna be going for, like, another 15 minutes or another 3 hours? If you're only gonna go for another 15 minutes, I'll delay my stream and I'll hang out, because I'm having fun. But if it's 3 hours, I can't make that work. There are also ways to there are ways to veil that where you're not specifically saying, oh, I also need to stream.
Nice shot.
I should have hit it harder. Or not backspun. Or both. It'll do, though. Texted a friend of the channel that after you rated them a couple times, they got really blatant about trying to set themselves up for more. Yeah. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is when you see that they, like... And even though I say that YouTube, like, we created this really powerful stigma about self-promotion, on the other hand, some people not doing anything about it is what, like, let people, like... All it takes is for them to self-promote in, like, the worst way, and for it to work once, and then they're just going to just latch onto it. They're just gonna be like, why would I not just continue to do that?
Nice shot.
I think for me, it's like, it's pretty much, I think, what the fuck was that shot? I think for me, the promotion is mostly contextual. It depends on what else is being talked about. Like, right now, I kind of brought this up, right? So now it's the topic of conversation. So if Theo wanted to talk about how he's had ideas for creating some content, now would be the segue. But when we're all just sitting around, like, when we're fully focused on talking about golf, and somebody comes in and they're just like, oh yeah, so I was just playing Deathloop. Like, I just finished streaming Deathloop. It's like, okay, you're clearly trying to derail the conversation and make it not only about you, but about your content. And that's, like, not the correct way of doing it. Because you're not, like, trying to relate to anyone there. You're just trying to make it about you. Family gaming channels where the whole family does gaming stuff, something you'd like to see more as long as they keep the kids off of the comment section. Yeah, I've talked before, like, that was kind of my original concept for the channel, is not specifically family, but I wanted to bring, like, friends and family on and be like, hey, I have this friend who's never played Super Metroid before, so I'm just gonna give you the controller and say, here you go. I'm just gonna comment, you play the game, and we're just gonna, that's the content. And I had a really hard time getting anyone to commit to it. Like, when I was originally talking about the idea, and I was saying, like, hey, here's a thing we should do, they were like, oh yeah, that's an awesome idea. But then when I said, you should... Okay, here's the game we're gonna do. We need to make time to do this. Then they'd be like, oh, well, I don't know. Like, they were very, like, dragging their feet on it. So eventually I just completely changed the channel blueprint and said, I'm just gonna do it myself. I want to make my own channel with blackjack and hookers. And I did. Except we don't have blackjack or hookers, but... Sorry, Volpam, I know you're very disappointed about the fact that we don't have gambling, but, you know. I'm sure someone is disappointed about the lack of hookers, too, but I can't really help that one. Bring.
Nice pawn. Nice pawn.
Yes.
You met in person, you hugged him, it was very awkward for him. Hilarious for you. It's funny. I've thought about stuff like that where I'm like, if I were to meet you or Twain or View or anyone,
Ready?
and that's where it went, where you were like, come in, bring it in, give me a hug, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'll give you a hug. Except now the pandemic's a thing, so now it's like, it sucks because it's like, now it's probably not a good idea. Probably shouldn't even shake your hand just to be safe. Oh yeah, that putt was unfortunate. It was just, I was focused on other stuff. You consider anyone who hasn't tried to murder you a friend. That's a good rule of thumb. It's better than assuming everyone is an enemy until they prove otherwise. I think. That's how I tend to look at things. Is everyone sucks until they give me a reason to believe otherwise. Social media has conditioned me in a very unfortunate way. I think it might be too hard, but yeah, maybe. That will do. Actually, could have been harder.
Nice shot.
You're a fan of golf, aren't you, Gilo? I don't think you picked this game up of you, but I think you play PGA Tour, don't you? I'm looking forward to getting into that since it's in this Humble Monthly month, so... Unfortunately, my humble choice billing thing doesn't hit until like the very end of the month. So, which I guess is fastly approaching at this point. I was thinking about changing it though and getting it to bill early just so that I could start playing PGA Tour while I'm off this next 5 days. Just so I have something to do.
Birdie.
But I also have other things to do, like drawing things. I should focus on that a bit more. Ooh. Okay. I can at least see what Blue was going for. I don't know what Pauline was going for. She just yeeted it. Yeah, exactly. The money's gonna get spent either way. It just depends on what time of day it is. Or time of the month it is, rather. And I'm sure there's other stuff in this month that I'm excited to play. That's the only one I could think of off the top of my head. But... Not for broadcast seems really interesting. I don't think that's going to be a stream game, but I think I'll have a fun time with it otherwise. I do want to play Atomic Crops too.
Birdie.
I don't know how wet the green is, so I'm just gonna...
Oh, I almost made it. That was super close.
Birdie putt.
Looks like you know all the big famous YouTube lawyers. Yeah, both of them. I'm sure there's more, but I know the two that matter, right?
Nice birdie.
Yeah, I don't think we're able to catch up very often, because when you do stream, it's in this same time slot, so I usually miss it.
Bogey.
Oh, boy.
Triple bogey. Nice.
Well, I'm doing better than I did with Mario, I guess. Played Breath of Fire. Mike has played every video game, I'm pretty sure.
Ready?
He games. I don't know if he's played The Messenger, though. He should. I mean, I don't do shit on Twitter, so you're not really missing much. I told a story yesterday about how I almost posted a hot take there yesterday, but then I decided that only 2 or 3 people would see it, and they already know I'm an asshole, so what's the point?
Nice shot.
Every now and then I post, golf clips, but not very often. I should do more with the Twitter, I don't understand Twitter, I guess is what it comes down to. So I don't really know how to make more of the platform. Oh, no. Oh, what? And she still fell in the water, that's so sad. Oh no, I thought she saved it. I did not post your comedy of errors from last week. I think I had a crazy shot last week, but I don't remember exactly what it was. I did post that. And then another one I had clipped from like a while before that I never got around to posting. I really want people to embrace the fact that we can clip on YouTube now. And I've mentioned before, if like anyone clips anything and puts it on Twitter and like @s me, like I'll retweet it, like for all of my 10 followers to see. But like, I think most people don't even know that you can clip on YouTube yet. It's still so like underused. I mean, it has only been there for like a month, so to a point I understand it. That's way too hard. It is 13 mile an hour wind, it might be fine. And it's uphill. That'll do. That'll do.
Nice on.
I think my favorite G-Law bit is 45 seconds of gameplay. that one always gets me. Oh my god, what? Ooh, that was Pauline, right? Try to clip something funny, then you realize you don't have social media. You're on the Discord, right? I have that clip sharing channel on Discord, so you can at least drop them there. dude, the backspin is destroying.
Nice on.
But yeah, by all means, like, if there's a moment in the stream that just really tickles you and you think it's funny, clip that shit. I think my only
Birdie.
buts about clips are like, and I don't think anyone here would try to do it unless they do it specifically after I say this just to be funny. Like, try not to make, and this goes for most channels. Like, don't try and make clips just to make the streamer look stupid, or try to take things that they say out of context to make them look bad. Like, I'd recommend avoiding that.
Oh.
Boy.
Out of context. Yeah, like, what's a good example?
Nice par. Birdie.
I know I've had moments like this, but I can't, like, think of it. But
Nice birdie.
basically, if a streamer ever addresses anything controversial, and maybe has a hot take about it, but immediately launches into an explanation of why they feel that way, and they're, like, trying to actually present a point and a way of looking at things, if you were to just take the initial hot take and cut the rest of the explanation out, that's trying to make them look bad. Because you're basically trying to say, they didn't explain themselves, they just said this bad thing. I can't really think of a good example.
Ready?
Or if they're saying something because of, like, parody, but then you try to clip it to make it sound like they actually said it instead of they're saying it to be funny. Like, if you're making fun of racists, and you say something that's, like, kind of racist to make fun of the fact that racists are stupid, but then you clip out the part that the streamer, you only clip out the part where they were trying to parody racists, and then say, oh, look what they said. That would be like taking something out of context and trying to make them look bad. Because you're not clipping the entire situation.
Nice shot.
You're mainly thinking all the time you spout some insane nonsense in chat and I fall for it. That does happen every now and then. Didn't that happen, like, last week? Where you were saying something where I was like, I legitimately don't know if you're kidding or not right now. It's a good thing clips didn't exist when you streamed. You yikes, have you? Ooh. I don't think I would, like, ever be able to bring myself to say it even as part of, like... Even if I was, like, quoting someone, I don't think I'd be able to bring myself to say it.
Nice shot.
Oh, it's to discuss the etymology. That I kind of understand. That makes sense. Also, I just noticed that my background stopped animating. When did that happen? And why did that happen? Shouldn't be a thing. Oh, that's fine now. Okay, what just happened? What did I miss? Oh no. Oh no, Blue. Ooh. Unless it's a really bad Mario Golf shot, which is more comedic stupid than insulting stupid. Yeah, if, like, a streamer does something stupid and even they're like, oh my god, I can't believe I just did that, I'm so stupid. That's not necessarily trying to make them look stupid. That's just clipping a moment.
think I hit that way too hard.
Nice shot.
My head's not really in the game right now, and I need to perhaps do something about that. Yeah, it's typically not a go- Oh my god. Oh, you were trying to go through it? I don't know. Did you drive it last time? I don't know if you necessarily can. Like, maybe if you apply, like, downspin to keep it going as low as possible. You're gonna have to skirt it, like, real low and, like, skirt across the water. I think my other favorite... Oh, I gotta throw this out here, up there. My other favorite G-Law bit is, my sister found a lizard. That one spoke to me on a very personal level. Because at the time I heard that story, I had definitely dealt with quite a few viewers who would pop into streams and just say whatever the fuck. And I'd be like, oh, okay. Congrats, but that's not what we were talking about. I'm kind of lucky that, like, it's such a double-edged sword, right? And I've talked about this before, too, about when YouTube gaming was a thing, discoverability was just way better. And that had good and bad things about it. Because, on one hand, we just got more viewers, right? Like, just there were more people finding the streams. And I think that goes for everybody. On the other hand, we were getting a lot more shit like that. We were getting kids that just wanted to say, hey, I'm gonna go live playing Fortnite. We were getting kids that would come into chat and just type !ad, because they just wanted us to play their Mario Maker level, even if we don't play Mario Maker. I'm sorry, Pauline. This is unfortunate. And you're just gonna drive. Oh, you're not gonna drive. So what are you doing? And then we also got the viewers that just came into chat and they were like, man, I had a fucking math test today and it sucked. And it was like... I'm sorry to hear that, but what? And, now, without YouTube gaming, discoverability is worse, so our view counts are lower, but we don't get viewers like that anymore, which is kind of nice. Like, we don't have to deal with the nonsense as much as we once did. But, on the other hand, then it's just less viewers, which is unfortunate. You win some, you lose some. This is what I'm getting at.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Now, realistically, I think the most random thing... I have a hard time remembering things that people actually come into chat like, and just randomly say. But I felt like at least... That was a pretty nice shot, actually. That worked pretty well. I think at least people still talked about gaming. It would be stuff like we'd be playing Monster Hunter or Mega Man or something, and they'd come in and be like, I just caught a shiny Pikachu. And it's like... Okay, none of us were talking about Pokemon. Also, who are you? But at least you're still talking about a video game. So, I guess that's something. Like, I guess you deserve some credit there.
Legal.
I just don't... I've never understood why, like... The big one for me is when it's someone who's, like, never been in the chat before. Like, if you come to streams, like, even once a week, and you show up and you lead with some random statement, I'm probably not going to think that much of it, because it's going to be like, yeah, you're a regular here, that's fine, you've kind of earned the right? But when you come into a stream and it's your first time in the stream and your first thing is like, oh, I love chocolate! It's like... say hello, goddammit. Just say like, hey, how's it going?
How's golf tonight? Do you like this game? Would you recommend getting it? Like, I don't know, take part in the conversation that's being had instead of just being like, I'm here now. We can start a conversation. I know you were all waiting for me to get here so that we could actually start the stream. But it's like, come on. Yeah, that's ooh. So I knew that hole went poorly for you, but I didn't know it went that poorly. That's rough.
Ready?
I think you might actually drop out of. You're currently 9 under. You might lose that at the end of this, depending on how this hole goes.
Nice shot.
I gotta remember to take a break after this. Throwing that out there in an attempt to not forget. This is one of those holes that's like, when you have standard clubs, it's actually really difficult. Because you kind of have to weave between all this shit. Alright, let me start trying to math here. Although, here's a question. I don't know, Donkey Kong was the one winning, so I guess that wouldn't necessarily apply to anyone at the moment. I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and include it from me. So, to recap, we have this scorecard on the side for, like, overall score throughout the month. And I was trying to figure out, like, if we want to apply a handicap, because I feel like at this point, and again, this isn't to like bolster my own skill level so much as just looking objectively at the numbers. At this point, anyone catching up to the score I have or me falling from the score I have seems pretty much impossible. So I started wondering if there was a handicap we could provide, which is, maybe not provide isn't the right word for it, but with the goal of kind of balancing things out. So I'm going to try to make it that whoever's in the lead is expected to hit a birdie on every hole. Although I haven't been doing well tonight, so that might hurt my score real fast. Yo, Theo might be back into breaking even if he plays this last hole right. Donkey Kong is now in second overall. I just want to point that out really quick. So that's actually a good thing, because I was worried that including the AI on the scorecard was going to be completely meaningless, that they weren't going to perform well enough to to beat anyone ever. It's looking like that's not the case, and that they can actually hold their own when they're superstar clubs at least, which is nice. Oh, I hope you hit that. Fine. Well, the good news is that it knocked you further back, and you should be able to clear it now.
could have been worse. Believe it or not. Yeah, there you go. First try. Oh no. I thought you were gonna fall into the... I thought it was gonna roll into the bunker. Oh, she's just killing it through the tree. I think one of my favorite AI moves is this. When they're just kind of like, fuck that tree.
Nice, huh?
Oh, that was really close. I guess as long as we continue to do rounds of 6, it should be easy enough to add the math of... the birdie handicap. It hurts. It hurts so much. Oh my god. It's like... I can feel myself getting better at the game, but then, like, not quite good enough where stuff like that still happens.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Blue is now... Well, no, because you had 1 under last hole. So you're not quite breaking even yet. You're still one over, or 1 under overall.
Nice birdie.
Theo has a respectable 4 under. Like to see that.
Nice par.
Oh, boy.
Which has in fact made him break even. It's just 0. +9. That's unfortunate. Alright, let's go to the lobby. We do need to take a break before we head off on the next one. What are you guys thinking as far as course goes? Should we just go Bowser Highlands, or should we do something a little bit safer for now? I do think if we do Bonnie Greens or the rookie course, we're gonna have to ramp the wind up like all the way, just to make it that it's not too easy. Blue just wants to go, like, Blue wants another +9, is basically... Well, I mean, okay, to be fair, usually when we do Bowser Highlands, you do pretty well, so... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we might do, like, a nice chill one on Bonnie Greens. And then we'll do Bowser Highlands. Maybe we'll even do New Donk first, and then do Bowser Highlands. I mean, we got time. We got plenty of time. We will do Bowser Highlands at some point tonight, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was really just that one hole, right? I think you had a couple bogeys, but they were just, like, normal bogeys, and then there was that one that was, like, +11 or something crazy like that. Or not +11, it was 11 strokes, so it was, like, +8 or something. +6. I think it was 6. next? I think I'm Waluigi next. No, I'm charging Chuck next. Okay. Let's take a quick break. Continue to weigh in on courses if you will. If you have courses you really like to do, if you have courses you really don't like to do, if you're just spectating and you have courses you really like to watch, or courses you really don't like to watch, even throw that out there. Give me the feedback. I like the feedback. Hell, if you have character requests, fucking go for it. I'm just going through my list of like the order of how often I play the characters and starting with my least played this week. But if someone's like, I really want to see Bowser, then you know what? I'll fucking play Bowser. You just gotta say it. A coworker of yours told you that you dress like the type of guy who likes to watch golf. What does that mean? I'm very disconnected from fashion, to be, like, super clear. So I didn't know that there was a particular look of a person that likes to watch golf. As if you needed to know that I was disconnected from fashion by the fact that I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt for golf, because that doesn't necessarily line up. I don't have any polos, okay? That's something I just don't have. I thought about going all in, because remember I was shopping for a golf hat a couple weeks ago? I was thinking about going all in and getting like a golf vest or something too. I haven't started shopping for those yet, though, to see what I can find. Thought about it, though. Oh, okay. Stay tuned. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then I imagine Blue will hop back in, and then we'll take off on whatever. I'm thinking we'll do Bonnie Greens, and then New Donk, and then Bowser Highlands. I think I'm liking that pacing, so I think we'll do that. So all that and more when we get back. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a minute.
perfect. I think we're good to go. Blue, as soon as you are ready. Mike, have you, aside from the track that was just playing, have you been checking out the Colors Ultimate remixes at least? How do you feel about those? I did finish all of the S ranks last night. I'm all S ranked up through terminal velocity. Oh, Blue said you had to skip around. Okie dokie. We'll get that, Blue's just, like, really did not want to do Bonnie Greens. She was like, if you babies are gonna go do Bonnie Greens instead of Bowser Highlands, then I'm just gonna set this one out. Alright, fine, I see how it is. Okay, let's go ahead and get it cooking, and then I'll catch up on chat once we get started. Okay, so we want Daisy. We have a bit of a problem here because Theo's going to be playing Boo, so we don't have a fourth AI player. So I guess we'll just put Donkey Kong in again. Okay. Bring 6 holes random teas. Strongest? Yeah, we'll do strongest. Bring it on. What's the worst that can happen? Theo's score can't get any worse, am I right? Actually, you recovered. To be fair, you did recover. Alright, let me actually put the headphones on here. It was another night that it was really fucking humid, and I did not want to put my headphones on right away. Kids seem to gravitate towards you. Apparently, you're the only one in the office who speaks video game. Yeah, everyone else is just like, Fortnite, am I right? How about that Zelda guy, am I right? What a guy. You had to settle an argument over the difference between Katana from Mortal Kombat and Cortana from Halo. Just from the name perspective, or do they even look similar? I don't know shit about Mortal Kombat. I don't even know which character that is. Parents need to pay more attention. Yeah, if their kids are, like, super passionate in gaming. I find it interesting that, when I started... My mom's always been very supportive of me doing the streaming thing. She always thought it was a really cool idea. And a couple years ago... It might have even been a couple months ago that she mentioned this. I don't remember. But she mentioned the fact that, like, even when I was a kid, I always liked to, like, show off things in games and, like, talk about what was happening. And how this just kind of just made sense, right? And I was just kind of like, damn, she actually, like, paid attention. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of parents, when I was a kid, they just... Video games were just another thing to keep kids quiet, I guess. But she actually paid attention to the things that I was playing. I remember showing her some of the Smash trailer for Banjo-Kazooie, and she was like, hey, it's Banjo. Like, she knew why that was significant. And then you have the parents where you show them a picture of Pikachu and they say, hey, it's Pokemon. Except they probably don't say Pokemon correctly. They probably say it like Pokemon or something. But, yeah, anyway. I agree. Yeah, parents need to... Not even just with video games. Just pay attention to, like, what your kids are interested in.
Even listening to the music, it's hit or miss. There's like one remix that I'm like, this isn't as good as the original, and that's Sweet Mountain, like Act 1. Now, with the way the game works, they added 3 remixes of the 3 tracks, so there's now 6 tracks total, which means each act gets their own music, which is really cool. So it doesn't really bother me, because it's not like they replaced the original. The original's still there. But I do think the Sweet Mountain remix isn't as good as the original is.
Nice song.
Balan Wonderworld. Dude, I would have loved to watch you stream that shit. It would have been wild.
Birdie putt. Birdie putt. Nice par.
It's like a big miss for parents who don't play video games with their kids because they think grown-ups shouldn't play games. Yeah. Even in, like, my high school years, I've talked before about, like, that's when I, like, traded in all my consoles and shit, because I was like, I let society fool me into thinking I'm getting too old for video games and cartoons. I need to start watching reality TV on MTV to start growing up. And then after, like, a year of that, I realized how fucking idiotic that was. It's a definite stigma.
Ready?
Sitting at your computer for most of the past 12 hours. I need to start doing something about that. I tend to get up, sit myself down in front of the computer to stream, and then even after the stream, I'll just, like, sit here and watch other streams and play other video games. I need to bring the exercise bike back in here is what I need to do, because then I can at least jump on that while I'm watching other streams, which would probably be significantly more productive.
Nice.
Or something else I've been thinking about is all of the Switch games I've been playing lately have been digital, which was my biggest reason for why I stopped playing Ring Fit Adventure, because I didn't feel like switching cards around all the time. I could just put Ring Fit Adventure back in and start getting into that again, which is something I should do while I'm on break next couple days.
Nice shot.
But regardless, all that aside, take it easy, G-Law. I'm glad you stopped in. It was good to have you.
Nice shot.
It's amazing that even as... Charge and Chuck has, like, the highest power in the game, doesn't he? Or close to it. It's amazing that, like, despite that, the fact that I'm still on standard clubs just makes things difficult. We're gonna purposely, like, undershoot this one, I think.
Nice shot.
And then we should have a clear shot to the green. Okay, let me, See, since I haven't...
I guess this is the point, though. I keep thinking I haven't been doing that good tonight. So... holding myself to birdie par, the birdie handicap, is like... I'm already plus 10 tonight. Like, that's not great. But maybe that's the point. I think that might just be too powerful, is the thing.
Great. Great.
Yeah, most people probably don't even know what alt codes are. I only know that one and the copyright symbol. Like, that's those are the only two I know. And even then, the copyright symbol, I don't have to use very often, so I have a hard time remembering it, usually. Hey guys, how's it going? I think it's like 147 or something? 0147? Something like that.
Nice shot.
You don't know alt symbols? If you, like, hold alt on the keyboard and then use the numbers on the number pad, that's how you, can put in different... Like, if you hold alt and press 0, 2, 3, 3, that's how you get the E.
Nice approach.
Oh, there it is. Copyright is 0169. I was way off. Whoa, that got funky. I apologize for that. I don't know if that works on, like, the normal numbers across the keyboard, or if you need a numpad. I don't know. This is a clear shot, baby. Just fucking kill it. Let the big putter eat, I guess.
Nice birdie.
This fucking gnat, dude, needs to die.
Birdie.
I don't know if you need number lock on or off. Which one's on? I don't know. But yeah, that's how you do special characters like that without completely switching your keyboard over to something else.
Nice par. Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie.
You know, it's funny, the first time I tried to put the Pokemon one in, it gave me the beta symbol instead. I don't know what I did wrong. Oh, because that's 0223 instead of 0233.
Ready?
Well, Daisy's fucking going all in.
Nice shot.
Just let the big dog eat. It's one of those... It's one of those drives.
Nice shot.
Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum, bum. But then you also have issues of... Whenever we're playing any Pokemon game on stream, the font I use for my layout does not have those characters built into it, so I have to, like, create it manually. So I just have, like, I have another text source somewhere that's just, like, an apostrophe, so that I can put it on top of the E to make the title look correct.
So some fonts just don't support it. You'll probably notice that if there's ever a Pokemon game in the ticker for, like, upcoming, that it won't have the icon, the accent on it. Because it just, this font just doesn't have it. That's not nearly hard enough. I think I saved it by not super backspinning.
Nice, huh? Nice, huh?
There might be codes that don't have a 0 in there first.
Nice shot.
I don't know. I don't know that many of them, like I said. And we got off the rails. Guy, you said you're older, but no. Okay, so is this your actual brother or is this your cousin? I can't ever keep it straight. Which one is this? Is this the one that just quit at the restaurant? Anyway, I mean, either way, it sucks. Has an infection in his foot. Did he like? Was it like a cut of some kind, or? That might be way too hard. Boom, long bomb.
Nice.
That wasn't a long bomb? Are you kidding me? Okay.
Birdie. Birdie.
Isn't expanding storage on PS5 like really tedious?
Nice birdie.
Isn't there something about the way Sony designed it that made it like really stupid? I think I remember hearing about that.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
I don't think I feared either of my parents growing up, and I don't know what that says about the way they raised me.
Ready? Nice shot.
Oh, he had a blister that got out of hand. That sucks. Well, the good thing there is, like, it shouldn't be too big of a deal to... Oh, that fucking... Oh my god. It shouldn't be that big of an issue. To get it, like, taken care of. It's not life-threatening. Or at least it shouldn't be. Unless he's been sitting on it for 2 weeks and hasn't done anything about it, then he might be in a little bit of trouble, but...
Nice shot.
We just blew Volpe's world wide open.
Nice shot.
We enlightened him as to the existence of alt codes. I would probably recommend opening like a notepad file or something and messing around with it in that though, instead of in chat. I could see some people finding that like pretty annoying pretty quickly. Not that I am, to be clear. I mean, eventually I'll probably be like, okay, could we stop? But for now, I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I made it out.
Nice.
It wasn't pretty, but I made it out. I keep thinking, just looking at the numbers already, I keep thinking that the birdie handicap is just, it's too powerful. Oh, no. I hate to see it. What are these fucking long bomb putts tonight?
Nice par.
No, Theo, not like this. No, 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 no. Oh, he's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Stop backspinning! Oh my god. Ooh. I'm not saying stop playing with it, I'm saying stop playing with it in public. Exactly what you're saying. I would have lost it if that popped. If that popped back out of the hole, I would have fucking lost it.
Nice par.
Remember when you were breaking even, Theo? Dude, those were the days.
Ready?
Big dog. I still don't know what this is supposed to taste like. For those that haven't been keeping up with the channel lore the last couple days, I got the Mountain Dew Voodoo mystery flavor for 2021. I'm not sure what it's supposed to taste like just yet. It's good, I like it, but I can't place what the flavor is. It's some sort of candy, I'm pretty sure. Like Lifesavers or something? Can you pronounce every listed ingredient? Oh boy. Mostly. How do you say high fructose corns? Is it fructose? Is it fructose? I always thought it was high fructose, but I've heard people say fructose, and I'm like, is that how you're actually supposed to say it? Other than that, I think I can handle it. Let's see. Carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup, natural and artificial flavor, citric acid, sodium benzoate.
Nice on.
I guess that could be like benzoate. It's probably benzoate though. Gum arabic, caffeine, sodium citrate, glycerol ester of rosin, calcium disodium edta? EDTA? Edta?
Nice approach.
So I can mostly handle it. There's just a couple where I'm like, it could be this or it could be this.
Nice approach.
Oh, I know it's sugar.
Birdie.
I wouldn't even say they're disguising. If they think they're disguising it, they're not doing a very good job of it. I think everyone knows what high fructose corn syrup is. I don't think they're fooling anyone on that one. Boink.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
Now here's the question. Does this can of Major Melon have different ingredients?
Birdie.
Citric acid has natural flavor. This has natural and artificial flavor.
Birdie.
Citric acid. Gum arabic,
Nice
sodium
work.
benzoate, caffeine sodium citrate. Red 40. This doesn't have any coloring in it either. Because, ooh, mystery. Dihydrogen monoxide. We should call it that. Except maybe not, because, like, low-key, I dislike trying to make things sound smarter than they actually are.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
I was watching someone play something this morning where they commented on that, where they said, like, it's a thing that AAA games likes to do, where the first tutorial that pops up is like, you can use the W, A, S, and D keys to move, and you can use the spacebar to jump. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I got that. And then the next tutorial is like, you can use the quantum biometric interface layout to determine the figurative and literal structure of your gear maintenance. And it's like, what the fuck? What? I was like, dude, they really do that too. Like, the first tutorial is so simple, and then they start trying to explain, like, the more intricate game systems that sets it apart from other games. And they try to make it sound as complicated as possible. It's just big words. For no particular reason. Boink.
Nice shot.
I wouldn't say they're notorious for making up convoluted names for mundane actions. I think that's something that you specifically think is really funny, and it is really funny, don't get me wrong. But I think what speedrunners are notorious for are, oh my god, are the concept of, if you like the game so much, why are you trying to finish it faster? Or skip playing it. I forget what game it was that was at the last GDQ that really pissed me off because they revealed the fact that the community names every trick the same thing. And I was like, that's even worse. How are you gonna name every trick the exact same thing? How do you ever know what anyone's talking about? Oh, does Xenoblade Chronicles 2 do it? I feel like Final Fantasy VII probably did it.
King shot. Birdie.
I feel like AAA games in general just don't they don't know how to explain game mechanics in a easy manner. What are you doing? You maniac. Oh, hi, kitty. Are you up? You want out?
Nice par.
Oh, get back over here. I was gonna let you out.
Bogey.
Come on.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Go on. Where are you going? Come on. What are you doing? Come on, I can't just leave you. You can come back in when I take my next break then. Oh shit, that was it? I didn't know that was the last hole. 3-3-2 plus 1. Charge and Chuck disappeared. Donkey Kong was 2. It seems like you recovered pretty well then, at least. So it was like +3 at one point, wasn't it? Yeah, see, I feel like that's too punishing, because now, like, the 3 under becomes 3 over for me. I feel like that's... I feel like that was a pretty good run, but it was like... I'm still being punished for it only being pretty good, you know what I mean? Might have to be like a half birdie par or something like that. Add like +3 instead of +6. The final chapter opens with a tutorial. Yeah, sometimes they do that too. Sometimes AAA games will, like... They, like, deliberately wait. It's like they try to space the tutorials out, because they know that players don't like being hit with 57 tutorials right at the start of the game. So they try to spread them out, which makes sense. But then sometimes you'll be hit with a tutorial, like, 3 hours in, and you'll be like, yeah, I figured that out already. Like, you didn't have to tell me that. Like, I figured out how to do that. I feel like tutorials should start being designed to be smart, where they can detect if you've already figured out what to do. Like, if they've already figured out what they're trying to tell you to do, it should detect that and say, we're not going to show you this tutorial. I'm trying to think of a good example for that. Like, double jumping. If you're playing the game and you figure out in the first 5 minutes that you have a double jump, and then add a trigger that detects, like, has the player done, like, 30 double jumps to prove that they know that it is a mechanic. It's not something they just did accidentally once. If they've done 30 double jumps, once they get an hour into the game and we give you the double jump tutorial, just don't show it. You know that we've figured that out already. A lot of tutorials don't do that. They don't watch your gameplay to know, do we even need to tell them this right now? They just assume that we need to be told everything, which is frustrating. Anyway. Where's Moogie? I should probably total up scores. I'll do that after we start this one. Oh, I have to play as Waluigi. Come on. I agree.
Yeah. Here we go.
New York toxicity. We will do 9 holes here. I think. Now let's just do 6 for the sake of the math being simple, I think. Because if I'm going to start having to do, like, multipliers on scores, we don't want to do variable numbers of holes. Odyssey did teach us how to jump, but it did it in a very intelligent way.
Ready?
I think the control tutorial of the future, and by future I mean a lot of games already do this, should be as simple as just show the button on screen. You don't even have to stop us and talk at us, just flash it up on screen, just have the A button show up. And like 99% of players are gonna see that and think, maybe I should press that button and see what happens. It's simple. There might be an occasional player that's not gonna put that together, that they're just gonna ignore it. But I think for the most part, most will be able to figure it out.
Nice shot.
Let's do some math really quick. So I'm up to 53.
Nice shot.
Theo's down to +1.
Nice shot.
Or up to +1, rather? Yeah, up to +1.
Nice
Like, Sonic Colors is good about that. Like, now Sonic Colors also has those question mark things that you run through, and then Tails talks at you and treats you like you're stupid. But you can turn those off, and if you do that, then it just flashes, it just puts the X button up on screen to hint, hey, maybe you should use your Wisp power here. Which is like, I think that's more than enough, and it's not super intrusive either. Like a game where a tutorial sidekick, oh, a Navi, but the protagonist is smart and tells them to let the player figure it out by playing with the buttons. Well, like have it like break the fourth wall in that regard. Or more of a just, hey, shut up, I'll figure it out. That's not hard enough. Fuck. I had to try to go for the fucking flag shot. I have that really bad habit of doing that in this, on these courses. I forget what game it was I was playing recently that made me be like, man, I want to make a game that is smart. Like, I think I played a game where, like, the tutorials just sucked, and I was like, I could do better than this. Well, we're off to a really bad start.
Birdie.
Fansworth did something to congratulate the player on thinking differently in the tutorial. Did you guys see that they added new voice clips to Sonic Colors, so if you break out of bounds, Tails says something about, like, whoa, wait, what just happened? Like, instead of them patching out speedrun, like, out-of-bounds tricks, they just added voice clips to acknowledge the fact that you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. I'm like, that's kinda awesome.
Nice car.
Oh, no.
He has two of them. One says, like, whoa, wait, what just happened? And the other is like, Sonic, I don't think we're supposed to be here, or something like that.
Ready?
I was like, that's really clever and fun.
Nice shot.
So the tutorial character's sense of self-worth
Nice
diminishing.
shot.
That got dark really quickly. Oh, the tutorial character's sense. Okay, I get you. I get you. And the protagonist reinforces their worth by saying, "You are worth it. Some people are idiots and will complain about you until the moment they realize they're stupid and actually need you." So you're rewriting Skyward Sword, is what you're telling me.
Nice shot.
It's unfortunate. Well, I mean, is there any better example of a bad tutorial character than Skyward Sword? Like, people say it like that Navi is the worst, but that's just because Ocarina of Time is like the most overrated Zelda game of all time. Fee is easily worse. Fee outright tells you the answer to puzzles sometimes. And she didn't even wait that long for you to get stuck. She's just kind of like, you walk into the room and she's like, here's what you have to do. Like, it's not good. As much as I like that game, like, it has problems. I did not hit that hard enough. But that might have saved me. It's not that.
Nice on.
Yikes. How? She doesn't have any hands. That's what makes it funny. That's why you like it, right? That's what makes it funny. Because how would she? She's incapable of an action like that. Hey, you brought it up. She's never shown, like, handling anything, right? Can she just, like, make things levitate, or... Anyway.
Birdie.
I apologize to anyone who thought that line of humor was just way too dark, but,
Nice birdie.
So she can kind of make things levitate, but she still has, like, limited range, basically.
Ninja.
You got Skyward Sword HD, right? How was it overall? Like,
Oh,
did the quality of life stuff just outright make the game better, or is it still kind of like, nah, this game's still flawed?
nice block. Nice block.
Oh. I hate this hole.
Ready?
Fuck, I hate this hole.
Nice shot.
That'll do. Oh, stop. Don't. Come on, dude. That was almost like a really good approach. What?
Nice on.
See, the problem is like, saying that a game is perfect is like making it objective. Like, yes, you can like a game that has flaws. Skyward Sword is a perfectly good example. I really like Skyward Sword, but I can also acknowledge the fact that it has flaws. But liking it doesn't make it perfect. Fee never bothered you, though? For the most part, she doesn't, but there are a couple of moments in Skyward Sword where I, like, have to drop the controller and, like, scream, because I'm like, why would you do this? I think it's, like, the 7th temple in the game. She stops to tell you where the boss door is, and it's like, did you... You think I didn't... We've been through 6 of these. You think I need you to explain to me what a boss door is? Like, stuff like that infuriates me. It's mostly stuff like that and the fact that she outright tells you the solution to some puzzles sometimes. Like, sometimes you'll walk into her room and she'll just tell you what you have to do. They don't even give you a chance to figure it out. They're just like, nah, you're stupid, we should probably just tell you.
Not chipping. Birdie. Nice birdie. Nice par.
She tells you almost nothing without being asked. I'd say it's overall a good thing, though, but I guess the problem is that some players just won't ask. And, like, I think we've all seen one player in our life like that, right? We've watched one person play a video game that's just completely ignoring tutorials, and then they act like it's the game's fault that they don't know what to do. So, like, it's like, the whole, like, hand-holding and tutorial thing is, like, it's a very tricky subject for me, because I've definitely seen players who need to have their hands held. They have to be told everything that they need to do, because they're not going to figure it out otherwise. Like, I've seen it, so I understand why they started thinking that that was something that games needed. Especially as games got more mainstream. Like, I totally get it. Ooh. Should have super backspun.
Nice on.
Idiots who have never played it bought into the internet stigma about her and will ignore her just because of memes. They were probably going to ignore her regardless, though. Is the thing.
Nice shot.
I mean, even in this day and age, you can just point at Game Grumps, because Aaron does it all the time. Where he'll just, like, he just mashes through dialogue, doesn't read any of it, and then he'll be like, I don't know what to do. Like, he does it a lot, but even before that, I've seen people play games where they're just, like, clearly not paying attention. And then I ask, like, they're like, I don't know where to go, and I'm like, were you reading? And they were like, no. I've refused to help people because of that. Where they've been like, I don't know what to do, and I'm like, did you read what the characters told you to do? No. Well, then that's your fault. You figure it out. You should have been paying attention. Ah, that's not hard enough. Apparently it is. I gotta believe.
Not chipping.
Yeah, to a point I think Aaron does it to be funny. But I think sometimes he doesn't do it to be funny. I think sometimes he's just doing it because he's impatient. I've realized this recently because I've been watching another person, another content creator, play some games. And, like, I realized that I hate watching them play games for the first time because they have, like, no intuition. If they're presented with a problem, they can't figure it out in seconds. They'll just stare at it and be like, I don't know what to do. And then they'll just look at chat and be like, what do I do? And it's like, that's like painful to watch for me. This sucks. Ah, I should have gone for 3. I mean, I guess that kind of works.
Nice song.
Yeah, you mentioned that one that you watched play Xenoblade, and yeah, I kind of get it. I've mentioned the stigma before that like some people think that was like just pinpoint. Some people think that as a streamer, we should just accept the fact that we're going to get backseating, and I think that's completely ridiculous. But there are, in fact, some streamers that want to be backseated. They don't want to read what to do, they just want people to tell them the short version. Just tell me what to do. I personally hate watching that. I personally hate watching it when they won't try to figure things out for themselves. They're just immediately like, hey chat, what do I do? I hate that. Because part of why I watch someone play a game blind is because I want to see them troubleshoot and figure it out. See if they figure it out in a way differently than I would have figured it out. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. They did a link between worlds in post-commentary, and Dan looked at the way he was playing and said, oh my god, is this what it's like to be our audience? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a little different for them, but also not, because they're not dealing with a live audience that they have to pay attention to. Sometimes it's very easy to get distracted by the live audience, and then we might just be missing something. But they still are very focused on, like, conversation and comedy, and they're not, like, 100% focused on the game. And sometimes they're gonna miss things because of that. I do, to a point, think it's our responsibility as content creators to be aware of when the game is gonna require a little bit more attention and give it the attention needed so that people watching don't go crazy. Excuse me. Wow, that didn't curve near as much as I thought it was. I thought it was going to.
Oh yeah, I think you've mentioned that one before. And you already had the key or something like that? I think I've done that.
Nice pawn.
Yes.
Nice pawn.
One of the main issues with the Danganronpa playthrough. I did not watch any of their playthrough of that. Because I already watched Twain play most of it, I was like, I don't really need to watch it again. Especially because, and I hope they did it right, but I find that when they do playthroughs like that, Aaron seems to already know what's going to happen a lot of the times, and it's just that Danny doesn't, so then we don't get Aaron's reaction, and that's like a bit of a killer for me. Whenever I've like really looked forward to watching them play something blind, they don't play it blind. And I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I actually wanted to watch them play Breath of the Wild, and they didn't play it blind. Aaron was like, oh yeah, I already played like 100 hours of this game. I know everything about it already. And I was like, why wouldn't you let Danny play it instead then? First of all. Mega Man 11 was another one that he didn't play it blind on stream. He played it blind in his own time. And it was like, I don't want to watch you already know how to play it. Like, I wanted to see the first time reactions as a Mega Man fan. As Mega Man fan to Mega Man fan, I wanted to see your first time reactions of this. Aaron hated, what, Danganronpa? And Dan actually kind of liked it? I could see why he didn't like it, to be honest. I had some complaints about the way Danganronpa was handled, for sure. That's why I haven't been terribly interested in watching the future games after the first one, because I was like... First of all, the community was very difficult to deal with. And second of all, there were just some problems I had with the way the game was handled.
Nice shot.
I didn't watch the Sonic Heroes playthrough. I think I wanted to, but like I wanted to wait till it was done. But yeah, he's gonna struggle because it's Sonic Heroes. The game's fucking bad, and people don't seem to want to acknowledge it.
Nice one.
This is the last hole already. Oh, Pauline is winning.
Nice shot.
They have the... Oh, yeah. I think I remember hearing about how... Didn't one of the developers contact them? And basically said that, like, the development for Heroes was, like, really bad. And apparently the PS2 version was, like, the worst one. I think I heard a little bit about that.
Nice shot. Nice one.
Was that during the series that he read the email? I should watch that playthrough.
Birdie.
There was another playthrough semi-recently that I wanted to watch, but I don't remember what it was.
Birdie putt.
Yeah, my playthrough of 06 was like... I mean, it was jank. I mean, we talked about this a lot yesterday, right? It was janky, but it was like... the level of jank I had been conditioned to deal with in that era of Sonic games, so it didn't really, like, bother me that much. If anything, what bothered me about 06 is the plot is fucking garbage.
Birdie putt.
Now, Heroes, admittedly, I think when I originally played Heroes, I didn't completely hate it, but I didn't like it. I was, like, very lukewarm on it. But for whatever reason, people seem to actually, like, remember that game fondly, and that just retroactively made me hate it more, because I was like, this game's not good. Can we stop acting like it's good?
Nice paw. Nice paw.
Pauline just won.
Nice paw.
Theo's got a strong 0. Nothing wrong with that.
Nice paw.
Yes.
Those blues.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Clicker of Sonic 06 give you erectile dysfunction. I mentioned yesterday, and through most of the Colors playthrough, that, like, I did find Heroes to be so underwhelming that it kind of, like... I used the term heartbroken. And I feel like that's pretty accurate. Like, I did not really care about Sonic games after that because of the fact that I was so lukewarm on Heroes. I was like, if it's gonna be more of that, I don't particularly care. And I do think Sonic 2006 was more of that. They say you're good at shitting out a pine. To be fair, I feel like a lot of the Sonic games are like that. Where it's like, yeah, you can enjoy it. And like I say time and time again, you're allowed to enjoy a bad game. Just don't try and act like it's a good game. You know what I mean? Was Theo actually playing as someone different? Oh no, he's not.
Oh, yeah.
I guess it's Bowser Highlands time. You guys asked for it. Here it is. Wait. I like how you... like, in almost the same breath, you say that you think the game is okay and you found it more enjoyable than others would, and then turned around and said that you broke a few controllers on Team Dark A ranks.
Ready?
Yeah, man, you really enjoyed that game. Like... Nothing says enjoyment like broken controllers. So this is the one you were mentioning that went to the ER guy? It was spreading up his leg. Is it like... So was he like dealing with this for like several weeks and just refused to do anything about it? That could be a bad thing. Like, is it problematic, or is he gonna be okay? You got fucking either. Did you try to do that? Was that all intentional? You enjoy a challenge even if you get angry with it. See, that's where I enjoy a good challenge, but if it's like an unfair bullshit challenge, that's when I'm like, nah. That's why I stay the fuck away from Dark Souls. I don't enjoy challenges that are made to make you angry. But I did play Cuphead on stream, so I don't know. I feel like Cuphead was actually pretty well balanced, though. There was a couple of stages that I was like, well, this is kind of bullshit. But I'd say for the most part, the game was pretty well designed. Started to complain that I was foot hurting before the funeral a few days ago, so it hasn't. Okay, so he didn't wait that long on it.
Nice shot.
I mean, infections are usually like they're manageable, right? You said that was just from a blister that he just didn't take proper care of? I didn't mean to do that. Back it up. I mean, actually, that's probably fine, but...
Nice shot.
Wow, that was way too much curve. Fuck my life. One would have been enough. Oh, God. No, 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 no. You need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop. Okay, there you go. Well, putting it off for a few days isn't, like, that bad, because for all he knows, it could have cleared up in a day or two as well. Unless it was really bad pain. If it was just, like, a dull pain, then I'm like, yeah, okay, I probably would have done the same thing. But if it was, like, so bad he had a hard time standing, he probably should have gotten it taken care of. I don't remember Heroes being a very difficult game, to be honest. Now, it is also worth pointing out, I don't fully remember how that game functions. Was every A rank, was that what you had to do to unlock, like, the metal skins for multiplayer? Because I remember unlocking the metal skins. I don't know if that was 100% or not. That might have been part of why I didn't like it, is because maybe I played it too long.
Nice approach.
He almost couldn't get out of bed, it was hurting. Okay, then he probably should have addressed it sooner. Unless when it reached that point was when he said, I need to go to the hospital.
Nice approach.
Anyway, hopefully they can take care of it, like, without too much difficulty.
Nice approach.
Twist this entire conversation into Theo admitting he's being into some weird whips and chains shit. I mean, it's Sonic Heroes, so... Oh, no. I hate to see it.
Birdie.
But then again, I had fun playing Mega Man X7, so what the fuck do I have to, like, what do I know? Where do I have any room to talk?
Birdie.
I played X7 and had, like, a fucking blast. I played it, like, 3 times to 100% it in the Legacy Collection. Like, I legitimately had a fun time. I wouldn't say it was a good game. I would never say that. I love how when I say I had a fun time, people try to twist that into he thinks X7 is a good game. No! I would never say that, because it wasn't a good game. Did I have fun? Yes. You are allowed to have fun with a bad game. Just don't try to twist it into it's a good game.
Birdie.
2006 was another one. Like, I wouldn't say it was good. I don't even know if I'd necessarily say I had fun playing it. But it wasn't nearly as bad as the internet led me to believe.
Nice birdie.
All A ranks when you were 11, you had not enough games as a kid. Yeah, that's a little bit more... That adds a layer of forgiveness to it, too. Because as a kid, you'll do some pretty bonkers shit in video games just because you don't have anything else to do. So... That's pretty understandable, I think. See, I was in high school when Heroes came out. Pretty sure. Now, I would say... There are some people who actually think that the characters introduced in Sonic 2006 are good and that the plot is good. And in that case, I would say you have some issues. I think Silver and Elise both are some objectively bad characters. Let's not even talk about the fact that there's a recolored OC version of Shadow in that game. It's not good. It's just not good. The game's plot is so bad that by the oh no, I could feel it. All things considered, that's not the worst thing that could have happened with that shot. The game is so bad that in the ending they say we're just gonna prevent it from ever happening. Wow, cheers. One thing you like about Sonic 2006. Is Lacey Chambered in that? She's not Elise, is she? Because, like, I'm gonna have to go with not like this. Like, it doesn't matter how much you like the actress when it's that character in that game.
Nice on.
As much as I was criticizing Colors and Generations and Lost World and Forces for all having, like, cheesy, corny not soundtracks, storylines, it's better than Sonic 2006's super, like, cringy, edgy bullshit.
Nice shot.
I fixed it at the last second with that little bit of curve. I probably would have flown a little far off course if I hadn't have done that.
Nice on.
Blaze wasn't introduced in 2006. Is the catch there. Was she? No. Rush came out before that, right? Holy fuck, she's not a Sonic 2006 character, is she? Yeah, Rush came out first. Rush and then 2006, and then Rivals, which I forgot was a game. So yeah, that's why I don't count her, because she was introduced in Rush, which was just a good game. What the fuck was that? And they did her dirty in 2006, too. Like, Jesus. It was like they were just shitting all over Sonic Rush in that game. They were like, hey, you know that good game that people liked? Yeah, didn't they, like, change her origin story in 06, too? It was, like, all sorts of fucked up. Oh, you took turns through Sonic Rush. Man, I'm looking forward to getting back to the Sonic Marathon. It's sad that we won't have time to do that until November. It's really a shame. But yeah, we'll do the Advanced Trilogy and the Rush Trilogy. And I haven't played the Rush... I haven't played any of them in a while, so... Yeah, and then they, like... In later games, they tried to twist it into, like... Well, she's from another dimension, but that dimension is the future, or something like that? I don't know, it's fucking... It's dumb. Silver is, like, the worst thing that ever happened to her, let's put it that way. This putt is making me nervous, can you tell? No. It was so close. Everyone working on the game just forgot everything. I think it was that they didn't fucking care. Ultimately, Rush is not considered a mainline game, so I just think they just didn't give a fuck. They were like, we'll just do something new. I think Sega very much has that problem, and Sonic Team in general, where they'll be very like, yeah, this other game did well, but we didn't make it, so it doesn't count.
Both.
Oh, boy.
Oh, is it one of those bonkers backspins like the one I had last week? I think that was on a Bowser Highland hole too. Let's see if I can find it.
Ready?
Holy shit, that was quite a backspin, too. That fucking thing was, like... That was quite a ways away from the hole. Holy hell. Yeah, I had one like that last week, I think it was. I think it might have even been on that hole. Boo's backspin cheats.
Nice shot.
I don't know, I guess I don't know how much you do hype anymore, Mike. Metroid Dread is, like, exactly a month away, isn't it? Are you, like, getting pretty hyped for that? I feel like you are maybe a little bit more like, yeah, I'll get it and like it, but I'm not, like, losing sleep over it or anything like that. Yeah, the boss fight in Generations was fine. I maybe should have overshot a little bit more than that. Also accounted too much for the curve, apparently. That'll do.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, I have to drop a pre-order on it. Actually, don't think of it. Looking forward to it. You're not losing sleep over it. You have other things denying you sleep. Yeah.
I almost dislike that. Because I'm kind of in the same way. Like, even when I'm really looking forward to, like, playing a game and streaming a game, like, you'd think that would make it easier to get out of bed. And be like, okay, it's time to get up because I get to go play this game that I'm really looking forward to. But that's not the case. I'll still be like, nah, I want fucking sleep, dude. And I kind of wish I had that, like, youthful enthusiasm back. Where I had a hard time sleeping, because I'm just so looking forward to playing a game. I think it's that now I've been burned one too many times, usually due to the fact of, you've got to be kidding me.
Not shipping.
I've been burned too many times by, like, Amazon not delivering my copy on time and shit like that. So now I'm just like, I'm probably not gonna get to play it today anyway.
Birdie.
Also, Blue, what the fuck?
That was such a roller coaster of emotion. I thought it was gonna make it, and then I thought it wasn't gonna make it, and then it made it. And Daisy didn't even try to aim at the hole.
Birdie.
I hope Scarlet was lurking to hear that one. By the way. Oh, not like this.
Nice par.
I don't understand pre-orders either. You live in a desert, podunk, rural town with barely any gamers. I have no problem playing games. Your local GameStop and Best Buy have PS5s? Really? Do you wanna... I don't want one desperately enough to coordinate the, hey, do you wanna help me secure one? I'm getting to a point where I wanna, like, I'm getting pretty close to wanting a PS5, but not desperately enough to worry about, like, having to get it shipped here properly and all that shit. Like, that just sounds tedious and annoying. I'm content to just wait until I can
Nice shot.
get one myself. That could have been bad. But yeah, I don't know, like, for those that, like, just don't know this information, because I guess I don't bring it up very often, I don't drive. So, getting out to pick up copies of games isn't exactly as easy as it is for most people. So that's a lot of why I usually will go for pre-orders, because then I can just get it delivered here. And then I don't have to worry about it. Not only that, but then with my schedule, like, just coordinating to get out to a store is, like, not terribly easy. That and the closest place is, like, 45 minutes away, I think. Like, maybe not 45 minutes, but it's, like, it's not close. It's not like there's a Walmart 5 minutes away that I can go pick up games at. Like, it's a fair distance away. So it's just overall inconvenient for me, which is why I usually just go for pre-orders. Every now and then I'll be like, I'll ask someone to stop and pick something up for me if for whatever reason pre-orders aren't going to work out. Like when I needed a new Pro Controller, for example, that wound up being, I asked my mom, I was like, could you stop at, Best Buy or something on your way, like, to work, and then drop off the controller, like, when you get out of work? Because if I ordered one online, it would have taken, like, forever, right? Since it wasn't a pre-order, Amazon wouldn't have had the launch day delivery. But I don't think supply shortage is probably an issue here. I bet if I were to go out, I don't know. Maybe not. This is a small town, but we don't have, like I said, we don't have, like, Walmarts or Best Buys around here. They're all, like, the next town over, and that's a bigger town, so they might not necessarily just have PS5s just sitting around. Anyway, Okay, shut the fuck up and make your shot. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
But yeah, I don't think I've ever had a problem with, like, going to pick a game up and it's just
Nice
sold
one.
out.
Birdie.
That's, like, never been a thing where I've been like... Damn, I just can't find... Actually, okay, that's a lie. I think, and I don't remember which one it was, I think it was one of the DS Pokemons. I think that was actually sold out. Now, that wasn't here. That was where I lived at the time, which was still in Pennsylvania, but... It was actually sold out when it on release there, and I had a hard time finding a copy, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's not a trust thing, it's more of a tedious thing. I forgot I was playing as Bowser, my bad. It just sounds tedious to get it all set up. I kind of don't want to inconvenience anyone. Not when I'm, like, only kind of wanting a PS5, you know what I mean? I don't desperately want it enough to be willing to inconvenience people to do it. Not quite yet. I'm starting to get there. I think if they had, like, one more strong game that I'm like, dude, I want that game, that would probably be enough for me. And sad to say, Deathloop is not it. Maybe not sad to say, but a lot of people would probably be like, well, Deathloop just came out.
Green shot.
You don't want a PS5? Deathloop just came out. Yo, low-key, fuck Deathloop. It doesn't look that impressive to me. It looks like the most quintessential first-person, AAA first-person shooter I've ever seen.
Nice par.
And I watched someone play like 3 hours of it this morning, so I'm like, you know, it's not like I watched a trailer, and I do think the trailer gave a very poor first impression.
Nice par.
But I did still say I'll watch somebody play it before I come up with my hot take there.
Nice par.
Challenge for you would be convincing your wife that I'm good for that. I would give you the money first, probably. Because like I said, it's not a trust issue. So I'd probably just give you the money. And since I'd probably be doing that through PayPal, I could easily just, like, call for a refund if for whatever reason it wound up being that I couldn't trust you. But I don't think that's a concern. Like I said, that's not my hesitation. My hesitation is just it sounds like a pain in the ass.
Nice shot.
Yeah, she's been here before. Or are you pretending to be your... Yeah, we still don't really have a reason to believe that you're actually married. It might just all be... I have seen your kids on your stream, though, so...
Nice
It's...
shot.
I mean, it doesn't mean you're married, I guess. I tend to not be that skeptical of people. I'm not... I tend to not be skeptical of people when they offer very vivid details about their lives. It's only when they offer very vague details that start to contradict each other, and there's no, like, concrete evidence of anything that I'll start to get suspicious. And then I'll be like, something's not quite right here. And even then, it's only when they're, like, a teenager still. I think a lot of teenagers on the internet still have this thing where they think it's, like, fun to just make up a life. And see who they can trick, or whatever. They'll have, like, tall tales about everything, and you're like, that's not a thing. I was not saying you, Volpe. Are you telling me you have something to hide? That's, I wasn't suspicious of you, but I think I might be now. Way too lazy to fake a marriage. That's how I feel about lying. I've known some, like, hardcore liars in my life, and I'm like, dude, how do you have the energy
Nice, huh?
for this shit? Think of all the effort you're putting into fabricating these lies. And you could be putting that energy into anything else. Literally anything else. Like actually living a happy life.
Nice, huh?
This is unfortunate. The one that really blows me away is, like... Have you ever... Oh, I can't believe she missed, actually. Have you ever met someone who lies so much that you're like, how do you even keep these lies straight?
Nice, huh?
Like, they lie to so many people, and the lies are different to each person, where it's like, how do you not get confused and, like, mix up the lies? Because I would do that all the time. I'm gonna update the scores a little bit really quick. View? No, blue. It's down to -2. But yeah, I just don't care. It's a lie. And it's kind of similar to Mike. Like, any artwork I put online, like, I put my name on it. So it's like, I'm not exactly anonymous. Mention that your wife and you have different language patterns. I've never actually accounted for that if I was lying. Yeah, like, that's... The whole multiple account thing, I've definitely seen people do it, and, like, they probably think they're way sneakier than they are, but I usually pick up on it for that reason, because they have the same... They have the same speech pattern, because they don't think to actually cover that. Not to be too call-outy here, in fact, there's still a chance that I was wrong on this, but a couple of months ago, there was, I was in a... Twain and I were doing a race night, and there was a viewer that I was, like, 99% certain was Volpe. And, it was mostly because of speech pattern. And stuff like that. I was like, I'm pretty sure, like, they just talk the same way. They ask the same sorts of questions. They have the same sorts of interests. And eventually I said something about, like, hey, so Volpe, you played all 6 of the Mega Man games, right? And then they stopped talking, which they immediately left. But anyway, that's how I was able to tell, was just from observing the way people talk. Oh, I didn't think it was gonna make it.
Nice birdie.
Oh, boy.
That's why you can't lie, you wouldn't be able to remember the lie and too much energy to keep it up. Yeah. I'm okay with, like, keeping secrets. Withholding the truth. I think that's different than outright lying about it. But, lying I don't get.
Nice par.
unless it's like, you know, because you're trying to... Even if you're trying to plan a surprise for somebody, I kind of count that more as withholding information. For example, like, I haven't talked about anything we're going to be playing in October yet. I wouldn't say I'm lying about what we're going to play in October yet. I'm just withholding that information. That and, like, whether it's malicious or not has a lot to do with the context, for sure. Ooh, this isn't comfortable. Ow. Managed to save it. Oh, no. God damn it. Well. Set of speech pattern. I'm pretty sure we posted messages simultaneously in rapid succession. That's another thing. Clearly without dropping names. When I networked more, there was someone I watched a lot that had a viewer that I was almost and they for a while were coming here too. But there was like 3 of them, and I was like 98% certain they were all the same person, and it was all reasoning like that. It was the fact that the messages were paced apart as if it was one person making the message. It wasn't like they were multiple messages all coming at once. They all had the same speech pattern, like they had the same just like way of acting. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I really wanted to ban them because I felt like they were taking it way too far. Fortunately, they don't really come around here anymore anyway, so it's not that big of an issue. But at the time, like, we caught them, like, trying to stir up drama and stuff, and I was like, this is when it's going too far, and I think they're getting very close to getting banned because of it. But I never had any I didn't have any concrete evidence that they were, in fact, all the same person. They were just careful enough that I couldn't confirm it. I only had, like, a very strong suspicion. But, again, I feel like people like that, they think we as the streamer are stupid and that we'll never actually figure it out. If that went too far to one of the reds, I probably would have been in really bad shape. I can live with that, though. I don't know anything about Ruby. Is that even how you say it? I recently found out that that's like... It's like a 3D animated show, isn't it? I didn't know that. So, with you saying the first 2 seasons were kind of rough, I'm guessing that's what you mean. Because I think we're still at a point where quality of 3D animated shows are still, like, not necessarily fantastic.
Nice shot.
If it has separate accounts open in different browsers, hit enter on pre-composed posts in rapid succession, but just thinking about how that... thinking about it makes me exhausted. Yeah, it's like... In observing how other people do it, I'm like, I could probably pretty convincingly make a fake account and sit in someone's chat and then never know it's me. I could probably do it, but why? What would I be proving? Unless they outright challenge me to, oh, I bet you couldn't do it, I bet you couldn't trick me, I have no reason to do it. I wouldn't be, like, proving anything to anybody. That's probably too hard. Nah, I think that'll work. No, stop rolling, please. I beg of you.
Wow. Who was that? It was Daisy. Okay.
Sorry, I'm totaling up the scores on the side to see where those are taking us. See, like, so tonight so far, if I would have held myself to the birdie handicap of just adding +1 to every hole and just expect that birdies should be par, I'd be 17 over tonight. That seems a little too punishing, because I feel like overall I've been playing well. I'm not playing, like, really well, but I'm playing, like, well enough. Let's put it this way. Blue had a round where she was 9 over, and she'd still be scoring better than I am. With that rule logic. Even though I think the worst I've had all night was, like, I think I had a double bogey at one point. So I don't think that's necessarily well-balanced. Blue's gonna say it's well-balanced. She's gonna be like, no, that makes perfect sense. Speaking of which, what hole are we on? Oh, this is the last hole, fuck.
Double bogey.
Boy.
Nice par.
See, I'm already getting to a point now where I'm like, this is too many numbers to keep track of. Let me go to the lobby really quick to, like, add some of these numbers up, I think. So let me take that back. I would actually have plus 22 at this point tonight. Which, I don't know, that just seems way too punishing to me. Yeah, I hear you. I was just thinking I should let you back. I was actually thinking about taking a break, but I think we can do another round first. I am going to total everybody up, though. Just make things a little less messy. I'm not opening the door again. You just came back in. DK is up to 10 under. Pauline's up to 9. I'm definitely relieved that I mentioned this a little bit ago, that I was worried that the AI wouldn't really do that well, and that they wouldn't really hold their own against us. But you're up to 10, 9, and 8. Like, that's nothing to fucking sneeze at.
I want to add up those numbers on the side too, but I can do that once we start.
First few seasons of Ruby look like PS3 games. In a good way or a bad way? Here's your way of thinking people who lie about who they are on the internet do so because they're lonely and looking for attention. Yeah, probably. It's either that or they're just mischievous. So why the hell would my made-up backstory be that I'm of a middle-aged married man with grandchildren?
Unless you're specifically looking for companionship, female companionship that likes the idea of making a married man cheat. I guess. But that seems so, like, specifically malicious. Make pars normal, but bogey's worth double. That's tricky, because I don't want to have to do the scoring on a per-hole basis. That's just, like, overly complicated. It could maybe be that if you score over on the entire set of holes, that it just gets doubled, but that could maybe be a little bit too powerful, too. Because then, for example, if blue was winning and she had that +8 earlier, or +9, that would have became a +18, which would have been very difficult to come back from. Like, that would not only... I mean, it wouldn't necessarily take me out of the lead, but it would close the distance by quite a lot, perhaps too much. And I feel like we only get really, like... Those scores really only happen, like, once in a blue moon. And it's usually something going hilariously awry. Keep thinking about it. It might be like, maybe we should do like 0.5 per hole or something like that. That would only add +3 to each hole. And in that case, I think for the most part, like, I would have lost a couple of points, but not as many as I would be losing with this current system. So maybe that would be slightly better. It's really tricky because I want it to be, like, balanced and interesting, but I don't want it to turn into this... I don't want to have to spend 5 minutes between every round doing a bunch of crazy math to make it work, you know what I mean? I want it to be nice and simple. That's why I like the idea of just add, like, 0.5 per hole. Well, I like the idea of +1 per hole, because that's, like, as simple as it gets, but I think that's just too powerful. Because, like I said, you guys see the score. That's not necessarily true. I was gonna say that would lower my score to 34 under. But that's not necessarily true because of how I did these numbers. But it would probably drop me into, like, the 30s, which I guess I still have a substantial lead, but if one of you was up there, if there were 4 of us that were all in the 50s, it basically means that whoever's winning isn't going to be winning anymore at the end of the next round. Unless they get a birdie on every hole. And they're going to have to do that just to maintain where they are, while the other players only have to get a couple of birdies and they're going to gain on them. So I think that's way too powerful. I don't know if I'm making complete sense with how I'm explaining that. let's look at it this way. If we're all 3 under, let's say I'm 4 under, you and Blue are 3 under. We do 6 holes, and we all get a score of 3 under. Which would make you guys have the score of 6 under, but since I'd be adding 6 to mine, it would make my score 3 over, which would reduce my score to -1. So all of a sudden, I'd be 1 under, you would both be 6 under, you would both be winning, even though we all did well. I think that's just way too potent. That just outright punishes you for not being amazing at all times. Hi. Wanna come and say hi? Should we take a break? What do you think? We're only at 3.5 hours. I think we could do another round and then we'll take a break. That'll help you. Meanwhile, if I was only going to add +3, that would have just made me break even. Which still makes it that you guys would have been winning. Then it would have been, I would have been 4 under and you would have both been 6 under. I think that would make the top tiers of scoring just too much of, like... Dylan, you're goofy. It makes the top tiers of scoring too seesaw-y. It's like she's just using me for food. She has food, so... She's very strange in that, like, she definitely wants attention. She's just sitting down here staring at me right now. Because she's just like, why did you stop petting me? But she also just doesn't feel like being picked up. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute and precious. You're so cute and precious. I think I need to go back to golfing now, if that's okay with you. Anyway, we'll keep thinking about it. Who am I playing next? Toadette. It's Boogie. Don't play with my charging key. I need to get some more superstar players.
Yes.
Where are we going? Back to Dunes? We haven't done Ridge Rock yet. Every time we do Ridge Rock, we get that shitty one with the tree right in the middle of the fairway, though, that completely fucking destroys me. Well, let's do it anyway, I guess. It'll be the first hole. Almost guarantee. I guess I could also be a sweaty tryhard and say you guys are just gonna have to get better if you want to catch up. I'd rather not do that, though.
I guess I'm curious how they handle it in, like, real golf. Because, like, when they do, like, golfing tournaments. How do they keep it in control? I guess real golf is just harder, and people just don't get, like, birdies and eagles as much. So it's harder for people to get, like, that much of a lead. Or it's easier for them to lose the lead because bogeys happen. I think the ultimate problem we're finding with this particular game is that, honestly, it makes golf kind of easy. Which maybe makes keeping score long-term not a great idea. Her name is Julie, but you kind of think that's a stupid name. I like the name Julie.
Nice shot.
But, you know, taste. Oh god, this sucks. What are you doing, Blue? This is why you guys aren't gonna catch up. Because you keep trying to do this high-risk stuff. Their parents picked all J names for their kids. My dad and his 4 brothers were like that. They were all D names. I see what you were going for. Oh no. Oh no. This is awful. Of all the places to land, that is not where you wanted to land. See, like, I guess that very, very brief, like, competitive side. Donkey Kong's fucking around too. What are you doing, dude? That very slight competitive part of me is kind of like, if you guys want to catch up, you're just gonna have to stop fucking around, I guess. But it's like, I also don't want to encourage it to be that competitive, really. Oh no, this is terrible. Well, now who needs to stop fucking around? People take risks like us, but I want to win. I want to do well. I don't necessarily want to win, but I want to do well. I know I can't go through the cloud. I wasn't fucking trying to hit the cloud. Smartass. They tried to be different. They named her Reina. Cool name, right? They call her Renee. They just misspelled it because they're stupid. Yeah, that's not how you spell Renee. There's a bunch of really stupid ways to spell Renee, but I've never seen that one. Oh, you thought that you could go through... Not the enemies. No. Oh no. That's unfortunate. You guys want to just do over? you sort of... I mean, if you were naming a child, I'm pretty sure you'd fact check how to spell the name before you put it on the birth certificate, right?
Nice shot.
Well, Theo's gonna win this hole, because he's the only one that actually managed it. So, they patched the wind at some point, right? I think that makes me dislike this hole even more than I did before.
Nice song.
Or dislike this course, rather. The wind used to be like, it didn't do anything, and now all of a sudden it's like... Oh yeah, fuck you, by the way. Any indication that you're... If there's any indication that your wife is real, it's gotta be the fact that I complain about the inanity of this stupid shit that her and her family has made me endure over the years. I don't know, because some of that stuff might be a little, like, there's no way somebody actually did that. There's no way someone's actually that stupid. I'm gonna hit the cliff. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking chip it back over here. This is fucking the worst. I hate it. I swear the first month of this game, those wind currents didn't do anything. Am I crazy? Am I just remembering it incorrectly? I remember passing through them and thinking, why do these wind things not do anything? It's clear, so they were clearly broken, I guess. Yeah, like, now that they work, I dislike this hole. This is, like, my least favorite course, easily. This is bad timing. The wind's gonna hit me. Or maybe not. I'll sneak right underneath it. That works. I'll take it. Now I just have to chip it in. You'd really love to believe that nobody's that stupid. But unfortunately, social media exists, doesn't it? So, it's kind of hard to... Of course, social media makes it worse, because then you just assume that everybody is stupid, which isn't much better. Maybe I would have made it up the cliff. Maybe I should have believed. Just should I never play this map again? Maybe. Maybe. I really dislike this map now. You're gonna make her... She wouldn't embarrass you, you mean? Yeah, congratulations, Theo. You made it to the green first. You're so good. What? That was, like, so undermined by the fact that it was a double bogey, and they didn't even bother finishing congratulating the incredible shot. They were like, wow, that was it! Oh, bogey. Absolutely incredible! Double bogey. Good, great, awesome, outstanding! Double bogey. Oh no, I tried so hard. I tried so hard. And got so far. Oh man. God damn, we in there, Blue. High five. Look, we're winning. We have the highest score. Right, Volpe? We're killing it.
Ready?
Should do this course more often. You just wait. One of these holes is going to completely bend you over. And I know it. Yeah, social media is showing you life through a keyhole, basically. You're seeing a very narrowed perspective of life. And people focus on the negatives so hard that you tend to only ever see the negatives. Which just make you think that all people are shitty and all people are stupid. I've mentioned, especially since the pandemic has started, my mom has said a couple times about, like, oh, you haven't really, like, left the house in a while. You should probably get out. It'll be good for you. And I'm just kind of like, why? I deal with people online, so what's... why? I don't necessarily agree that that would be good for me. But then I recently realized that it might be, because I might deal with actual real people instead of what social media tells me actual real people are like. But then, I don't know, you guys are actual real people, right? But then, I guess, if I'm dealing with you guys every day, that's also an unfair perspective, because I'm narrowing the perspective on it just in a different way. But anyway.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Yeah, I've like gone out less than like a dozen times since the pandemic started, because that's just my way of saying that's what I'm gonna do to help control the spread, I guess. Even though it's like not that bad here, especially right now. But I'm still like, if I can avoid it, I'm gonna avoid it. Yeah, we don't even have a lockdown or anything here. It's not too big of a deal, but it's still like...
Nice, huh?
Unless I have to go out, then I'm just not going to take the option to go out. Now, part of that is also, and I've mentioned, I'm like pretty passionate about the issue of like masks and everything, because people here are very fucking ignorant about it. People here will, like, not put a mask on unless they absolutely have to, and then they're probably going to complain about it. I mentioned a couple weeks ago when I went to get my eyes checked, which I'm now playing phone tag with them, by the way, to be able to get in and actually get my new glasses. But when I went to go do that, my mom asked if I wanted to stop for breakfast, and I was like, yes, but if there's going to be a bunch of people around not wearing masks, I'm not going to be very comfortable with it. So, you know, that's a potential problem. Look at this fucking eagle. Fucking Theo getting fucking sweaty.
Nice birdie.
Alright, bringing it back, bringing it back. Now blue is winning.
Birdie.
Oh, don't birdie! You're not going to be winning anymore! Now we're tied.
Nice birdie.
Look what you did.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
We're still beating Donkey Kong, though.
Ready?
Yeah, to be fair, like, you mentioned that you only just beat Adventure Mode, like, this week, right? So realistically, these earlier holes, you're probably going to be a lot better at, because you probably just have more experience on these. The wind currents on this one really have made me not like this course now, though. Before, I was already very, like, neutral on it. I didn't like it. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it. Now I'm just kind of like, I don't think I like this. That was only, like, hole 2, right?
But yeah, I mentioned yesterday I'm trying to be better with social media in regards to... A couple of weeks ago, I'd see someone do something stupid on social media, and then or do something just mean and malicious, and be like, wow, people are bad. And then I'd spend like 2 weeks being like upset about the fact that people are stupid or bad. And now I'm trying to be like, huh, that's stupid, and then I just try to move on with my life instead of letting it consume me. It's tricky because I more or less use Twitter to like keep up with the news, see like game updates and stuff. I wish I could just turn the trending bar off sometimes, but then sometimes I only learn about news just because of seeing it on trending, so it's kind of useful sometimes. Also, I'm both glad and upset about the fact that it just so happens that when I decided to take 5 days off is when the new fucking Undertale is coming out. So now I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have 5 days off. I wonder if anyone on YouTube's gonna be playing anything interesting. Nope, because they're all gonna be playing fucking Undertale. On the other hand, I'll miss everyone playing Undertale for a week straight, and by the time I come back, everyone will be over it already, so that'll be good.
Nice shot.
Yeah, Deltarune Chapter 2 came out today. Oh, Donkey Kong? I'm sorry. I do think that Deltarune looked more interesting to me than Undertale did. Based on the very little I saw of it. Like, it looked more interesting. Undertale I tried to play, and I was just so bored. Like, it just didn't do anything for me.
Great. Nice shot.
I've thought about playing Undertale because of... I think it's on Game Pass. If I were to play it, I'd never stream it. As much as I want YouTube to get their shit together so that, like, discoverability can actually be a thing and we can all start growing our channels again without just only playing the least popular, or the take the path of least resistance to grow our channel, I'm not willing to stream something like that just for the sake of channel growth, because I know that I won't have fun. I know it'll be a complete and total fucking nightmare.
Nice approach.
I have just no interest in doing it. If I were... I mean, at least now, I could just turn it to sub-only mode, I guess. If I really wanted to stream it and, like, really wanted you guys to be able to be there and experience it, I could just turn it to sub-only chat. It's really cool that YouTube actually lets us fucking do that now. But even then, I don't know. Sometimes I can't even trust that, because, like, the worst case of... I've had 2 really bad instances of, like, backseating and stuff. One was Hollow Knight, and the people that were really bad about that were, like, semi-long-term subscribers. Like, they weren't exactly new viewers. So, to a point, sub-only chat isn't really gonna help that much. It'll mitigate, but it won't prevent it. But no, I think Oh, that's really unfortunate. Just pulled the Yui. What I'd probably do is... I think the most likely outcome is I would just play it on my own time. After that, I would maybe make a video series of it.
Nice call.
But yeah, and then I wouldn't post the videos until I was done with the playthrough. Like, I wouldn't want to put myself in the situation of people commenting on episode 1 when I'm still filming episode 3. But,
Ready?
I think the only way I would stream it is if I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that it would not only help my channel grow, but, like, be financially beneficial to me. Like, if I knew that I could stream Undertale and make $1,000 this week, I'd do it. But I would have to know that that's what's going to happen. I'm not going to do it on the chance that it might happen. I'd have to know that it would be worth my time. But at the same time, I don't expect anybody to fund something like that. I wouldn't feel right saying something like, I'll stream Undertale if someone pays me $1,000 to do it, and then having somebody pay me $1,000. I'd be like, oh man, you shouldn't have done that. Like, I mean, I'll do it, but like,
Nice shot.
Undertale streams have actually made me ask streamers that I modded for to unmod me, because I just didn't want to track the bullshit. To be totally honest and transparent, that's why I don't go to Twain's streams for Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright anymore. Because modding for them is a complete and total fucking nightmare, especially as someone who doesn't know anything about the games. Because that just means everything anyone says, I think, is a spoiler. Or is backseating. So I was a terrible mod for that stuff. And that's why I just started avoiding them. But yeah, it was because of that, because it's like, it was like a full-time job, and it was really fucking stressful. And I know, I can't speak for all streamers, but I do think most streamers are going to feel this way, but I know that Twain feels this way. I know that he wouldn't necessarily want me to just be there and hate every moment of it, just in the interest of having a moderator there. Like, I know that, like, because he, you know, like, we don't get paid to moderate or anything like that, right? Even the really big channel, I'd be curious to know, like, does Ninja pay his mods, for example? I'm curious if, like, the really big streamers actually do compensate their mods in some way. I'm assuming not, but I'm kind of curious. Honestly, if I could, I would. Like, that would be something I would think about. If I reached a point where the channel was making, like, thousands of dollars a month and I needed moderators here all the time, I'd probably think about compensating them in some way. Sorry, this shot's taking a lot of thought because I have to compensate. I have to get around the tree, I have to compensate for the wind, and it being slightly uphill. This shot kind of sucks. That could have been 3. Curve. I mean, it'll do. It's on the green. I'll take it.
Nice on.
Self-promoters are easy, because those you... Like, it's kind of funny that... And I'm... You probably know this, but, like, the common troll that'll join and just, like, spam a racial slur or something, those are, like, the least objectionable trolls, because you can just ban them and move on with your life. You don't have to question what their motivations are or anything, if they actually mean well, if they watch the channel a lot. It's when the people who watch the channel, like, when they're a regular of the channel, that's when it starts to get hairy, because you're kind of like... Or when they're a member of the channel and stuff like that. Trolls, like, really aren't that... Like, they're annoying, but I think moderating the other stuff is potentially worse. Especially because if they're enough of a regular, they might bite back. Because they never seem to know that that's a bad idea. They always seem to think like, oh, I'm gonna argue with the mod because I think they did something wrong. And that just makes it worse. But yeah, backseating and spoil, like I said, if it's a game I don't know that much about, I don't like moderating for it.
Nice, huh?
Now, unless... I feel like I would be okay with it if the channel was so... You've got to be kidding me.
Not chipping. Birdie.
I think I'd be a little bit more okay with it if the channel was so large that chat moved so quickly that we basically had the right to just say, if you backseat, you're getting timed. Your messages are getting deleted, you're getting timed out, and then you're getting banned in that order if you keep doing it. And there's no opportunity to discuss it. It's tougher with slower moving chats because then they'll try to discuss it. Instead of just accepting what the mod says goes. Does that even count as a chip-in? That was like a... That was a slow slide, like, right into the hole. That was, like, not even a chip-in.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
But yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I think at this point, and I think it's okay for streamers to have different types of mods. I have different types of mods, even. I mean, you guys don't really even have to police stuff like backseating anymore, but back in the day when it was a little bit more common, I had the... That was always my thought, is like, sometimes I'd ask someone to mod because they could drop the hammer on somebody backseating or something. Sometimes you just want a mod to just be, like, welcoming and be able to drop links for people when they need stuff. And I think for Twain in particular, that's what I am now. Like, I definitely don't... I can't deal with covering the backseating and spoiling and stuff anymore. Like, I just can't. I need to remove myself from the situation, because I get really agitated, especially if they try to be like, I didn't do anything wrong. Oh man, do I get fire lit under me when there is like nothing, from both a streaming and a mod perspective, if I say don't do something and the viewer says fuck you, I'm gonna keep doing it anyway, there is nothing that pisses me off faster than that. Absolutely nothing faster. Nothing will piss me off faster than that. If we just simply say, hey, could you, like, not do that? And then you just keep doing it? Oh boy. Oh boy. You guys remember a couple of weeks ago when we had that one guy that was playing golf and he was just being super toxic, like, to himself? He wasn't being toxic to other players, he was being toxic to his character and himself about, like, how bad he was doing. And we kept saying, like, dude, dial it back. Like, it's not funny. You're not contributing anything here. And he just was ignoring us and was just kept doing it anyway. That's, like, at that point, the fact that he disobeyed the order, or disregarded the order,
Nice shot.
was a worse offense than the fact that he even did anything wrong in the first place. I was like, no, you can get the fuck out of here. If you're just gonna completely ignore us when we say stuff like that, it's like, nah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, and then he left in the middle of the match and he was like, I have to go to the hospital. And that's when I was like, okay, you're done. Get out of here. Like, bye-bye. As we were talking earlier, that's the type of viewer that is here for themselves. They're not here for the streamer, they're not here for the community, they are here because they want attention. How do I keep winding up behind fucking trees? Fuck this course, dude.
What just happened? Was that the wind? My golf ball just like Kennedy assassinationed us. Like what the fuck was? That had to be the wind, right? Even though it didn't look anywhere close to the wind hitbox. Fuck this course. Yeah, I really do not like this course anymore. I already didn't care for it, and now I like really don't like it.
Nice, huh?
I mean, it's been like 60 years, hasn't it? I think it's fine. And we still don't know what the fuck happened, which is wild.
Nice shot.
Even I question whether if mentioning my own content is acceptable. Most I can consider is the fact that I try to keep it relevant to the conversation, the fact that I don't produce anymore. Yeah, I mean, like I was talking about with self-promotion earlier, I don't think it's necessarily as much of a problem anymore, unless you can tell. It's all context. It's all context. I can tell when someone's here to converse with the community, or when someone comes just to talk about their content. And when someone comes just to talk about their content, that's when it's problematic. And I don't think a lot of people do that. Now, I guess the difficult thing is it's very difficult to prove that that is what they're here for. Like, if I believed you were here just to talk about your content, how do I prove that that's what you're here to do? I could call you out and say, man, you're talking about your own content a little bit too much, but I can't prove that that's the only reason you came here without you admitting it. So I guess that's why it became easier to just be like, all self-promotion is bad self-promotion. Fuck, the risk zone fucked me up there. Don't listen to Mike. You don't have to click the bell for notifications. It doesn't work half the time anyway.
Birdie.
It's fine. You don't have to do that. You should subscribe. And hit the like button, I guess. Also, come back next time. I feel like that's something we should promote. Like, you always hear the like, comment, and subscribe thing. I almost, and maybe this is more important from the streaming perspective, but I think the more important thing would be like, hey, come back next time. Like, I think I'm like always ready to like accept a new viewer, or at least learn more about them. So I think that's more what I want out of people is like, hey, I'd love to see you back here next time, which at this point isn't going to be till Thursday because I'm taking some time off, but you get what I'm saying. If you subscribe but you don't come to content, it doesn't matter, right? It's kind of what it comes down to. The whole subscription number is important until you get monetized, basically, and after that, it's like, who cares? Now it's like, we want people to come to streams, is the thing.
Birdie.
To keeping your brother overnight based on antibiotics. If it doesn't improve by morning, they'll proceed to minor surgery. So it doesn't sound like they're, like, panicked, at least. I mean, the worst case is that he has to have, like, his foot cut off or something, right? But I doubt it's gonna come to that. And if he's at all a hypochondriac, don't dare tell him that. Because that will be his new reality, is that, oh, well, that's getting my leg cut off. On the subject of, like, the whole streamer spiel,
Nice par.
of like, you know, like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. I feel like since view numbers have dropped so much, I got myself out of the habit of doing like the whole outro of like whether you were hanging out for a couple minutes or a couple hours, watching here live or watching the archive after the fact. It's however you choose to watch is appreciated. I don't do that anymore. And I think it's because, like, one, viewership in general is just down on YouTube, I feel like. And two, I feel like late night streaming is becoming, like, less and less a thing. I often find that by the end of the stream, there's, like, nobody here anyway. So I just don't bother going into my whole spiel.
Ready?
I, like, just got myself out of the habit of doing it, which is probably less professional, but... I've actually been thinking about once we come back from this vacation, I might start aiming to do, like, 4 or 5 hour streams instead of 6 hours. Because it's often, like I said, it's often the case that when we get to the end of the stream, there's like maybe 2 people here. And one of them is probably me. So I've been thinking lately about there's no point in going as late as I do if no one's going to be here anyway. Which maybe sounds guilt-trippy, but it's more that I'm just looking at it objectively.
Nice, huh?
And saying, why stretch myself thin and do 30 hours of stream a week if it's not... If I could be instead doing 20 hours and getting the same amount done. You know what I mean?
Nice, huh?
Well, I mean, I think anyone is going to come to a stream because it's... I wouldn't say it's your need for attention. It's so much as much as a need for interaction. And that's the key difference. I think that's the key difference. Ultimately, even a couple of random posts here and there aside, you're still interacting with the stream chat. Meanwhile, when you have somebody coming in and just saying, hey guys, my sister just found a lizard, they're not interacting with chat. They're just saying, hey, everybody stop what they're doing and pay attention to me instead.
Nice.
I think I hit that too hard. That was actually, like, really close.
Nice, huh? Birdie.
How did that come up? Is there a specific law prohibiting from stealing? Why specifically orangutans? Or is it just animals in general? That specification has me being like, did you already steal orangutan species? And you're just wondering how much trouble you're in.
Nice birdie.
This is the last hole. God, fucking Dio with the 6 under. So everyone wants to not do this hole ever again except for Theo, right? I think we're in agreement.
Nice birdie.
Did I say hole again? Course. Yeah, and see there again, I'm looking at another +5 to my score. It's like, that's not... I don't think that's the way to do it.
Birdie.
Oh, Donkey Kong, why? You had it, dude. Imagine how much they would be destroying us if they didn't teabag all the fucking time. Like, just think about that for a second. Like, just think about that. Okay, the context is what made it. It just doesn't carry the same impact as something that's way more obtainable. I follow. I'd still recommend picking this up, guy. For anyone who's, like, just even kind of interested in it, I would still recommend picking it up. Especially since we're about to be hitting October, which... Well, we're not about to be hitting October. It's, I'm looking at it as if we're closer to October than we actually are, due to the fact that the next 5 days effectively don't matter. So I'm looking at it as we only have like a week left in October, when in reality we have 2 weeks. Just for the next week-ish. I'm not going to be streaming. But anyway, I would assume that we're going to get some new shit in October, since we didn't in September. So I would assume that there's going to be something coming. Here's hoping, at least. Just one of those guys every Wednesday. He's like, hump day. Oh my God. And every Monday, it looks like someone has a case of the Mondays. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. I could see why that would make you want to put orangutan feces in his car. of all things. Okay. We overshot a little bit, but we're going to take a real quick break. We will continue in just a couple of minutes. Fuck Ridge Rock Lake. We're going to continue. We're going to go back to avoiding doing that course, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Something about that run through like really made it click, and I was like, oh yeah, I don't like this course. Like, I think that's my least favorite course in the game. So I think we'll do Dunes next. I think we'll go back to Dunes. But anyway, first let's take a break. I need to stretch and get a drink and such. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll set off on another golf adventure. If you choose to call it that. I'm choosing to call it that. I don't know if we'll necessarily ban it, but we're definitely going to be like... It's not going to be one I'm going to jump at the opportunity to do very often. Ultimately, we can do, like, how many rounds of golf in one stream? So, like, we should hit every course once, just for the sake of being able to... Like, we should go do the rookie course on, like, strong wind and see how that goes. Maybe we'll do that next, actually. I could always, like, if we all wind up, like, 7 under by the end of the course, I could always just say these scores don't count. But, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So, stay tuned. I'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll continue the golfing, we'll continue the conversing, all that stuff. So, I'll be back in a minute. bathroom broken, drink obtained, kitty head pat. Let's go off. So yeah, let's try the rookie course with wind ramped like all the way up. I kind of wish that I think I was thinking this last week, but I don't know if I actually said it. I kind of wish that they would add like a weather slider other than just wind.
Yahoo!
So that we could like that we could like turn rain on, because that would make things more difficult, right? The only way we have of making these holes more difficult, this one doesn't even have multiple T's, so you don't even have that. The only thing we can do is turn the wind up. It'd be nice if we could also turn rain on and stuff like that. Because think about, like, this course, if you'd take it on a clear sunny day and then add wind and rain, it'd basically be an entirely different course. It'd be a real quick way of them just adding more content into the game, I think.
Ready?
So I'm going to check how I had the schedule listed on the ticker. We will, in fact, be back on Thursday with Fire Emblem. We'll play more Mario Golf on Friday. I need to double check with Twain. I think our next race night is on Saturday. Next Saturday. I'm thinking about dual streaming it now. I always thought the idea of both of us streaming the same collab to different channels was kind of a silly idea. But now that he's streaming the race nights on Twitch instead of on YouTube, I feel like there's actually more of a reason to do it. So I might try and get that set up, and we'll stream it on both platforms. Because I know that there's a lot of people that just don't want to go watch it on Twitch, right? So I feel like it's smart from multiple angles. So there's a chance that we might do that. And then Sunday is when we're going to finish Sonic Colors.
Nice shot.
Plus speedrun. Because basically the only thing we have left to do in Sonic Colors is to finish Terminal Velocity and S-Rank Terminal Velocity. And then, so we'll just do egg shuttle runs after that. And then I think that last week of September, I think Monday we're going to do Fire Emblem. Picross is now on hold until November. Picross and the Sonic Marathon are on hold until November. So I think Monday will probably be Fire Emblem, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, or Tuesday and Thursday rather, we'll still be off on Wednesday as per usual. I think Tuesday and Thursday we'll probably get started on October stuff early. Because I have a fair deal of games that I want to play in October, and I'm excited about a lot of them, if not all of them. I think I have at least like 4 things set aside. The one I've talked about is the Castlevania collection, so I'm okay with pointing that out because I've talked about it before. People know that's a thing. Metroid Dread, whenever that comes out, I don't know when the release date for that is. I think it's like the middle of October. That's part of why I'm taking a break now instead, because ordinarily I'd take a break at my birthday in October, but I really want to focus in on like playing some October-y stuff, especially since we didn't last year. So, let's hit this first. I'll continue where my head is at here. That's probably too hard, but
Nice shot.
so we have those two. I have
Great.
2 others that are ready to go that I haven't told anyone about. There's one other... So there's basically those 4. I have one ready for backup in case we need some... I have 2 ready for backup, technically, but one's like backup and one is backup. One is if all of these other games end early, that we can fit that one in there too, and then the other one is like if we absolutely run out of time, we can fit this one in here too. The backup, I'll go ahead and confirm, would be another playthrough of Luigi's Mansion 3. If we absolutely run out of everything else to do, I might play that again. Because I basically only played that when it first came out.
Great.
And then finished it, and haven't touched it since. I didn't even 100% it, which I'd kind of like to do, so... We'll fit that in there if we can.
Nice approach.
And we will continue playing Mario Golf every week. That's the only thing that we're not shelving. We're going to continue playing Fire Emblem until we beat it, and we're going to continue playing Mario Golf every week. On Fridays, probably. Fridays or Saturdays, in some cases.
Needle.
I will say... because I like teasing stuff like this. I think we've had this conversation before. Like, we've talked about it briefly. I like hinting towards what we're going to play, but not outright saying it. I used to do a thing on the Discord where I would, like, jumble up the names, and I'd put them on the schedule, but it would be all, like, jumbled or encoded. So I will say, they're not horror games. None of the games are horror games. So if you're thinking I'm going to be playing, like, Resident Evil or Silent Hill or Five Nights at Freddy's or something, it's nothing like that. But they do have supernatural elements to them. Castlevania is a good example. Castlevania is not a scary game, right? But it has a lot of supernatural elements to it. So that's the sort of thing that I was like, let's focus on playing stuff like that. Even Metroid Dread has, like, kind of that atmospheric horror thing to it, where it's like, it's unsettling more than horror. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of horror games. I like unsettling stuff. But I'm not a big fan of gore, and I'm not a big fan of, like, jump scares and shit.
Nice ball. Birdie.
So I figured we'll put a focus on, like, more supernatural stuff instead.
Nice birdie.
Which, like I said, I think Castlevania is a good example. You got, like, zombies and werewolves and vampires and ghosts and stuff like that. I thought that would be more me. I think that's what happened last year, is when I was thinking about doing October stuff, I was like, well, there's a couple of horror things I could do, but ultimately I think it's better to leave the horror stuff to the people that actually really like it.
Nice shot.
Luigi's Mansion's a good example, too. I mean, well, that's... maybe... well, no, because that's... excuse me. That is more like a scary game, but it's still not, like, scary, right?
Nice shot.
But yeah, some of these games I've been talking about streaming for quite some time. So, I'm looking forward to finally doing them, for sure. I haven't figured out which ones we're going to do in which order, but if I'm not confirming them, then it doesn't particularly matter. We'll probably start Castlevania right away. Well, Castlevania might take Fire Emblem's slot. Something else I'm trying to decide, which I guess I'd be curious to know how you guys feel about this. And we've talked about it a little bit before, but I'm still always curious to know how people feel about this stuff. Metroid Dread is October 8th. So we might jump into that, like, nice and early then. That's actually, like... oh, that's a Friday, though, which means we'd have to put Mario Golf on Saturday. That's fine, I guess.
Alright, so we don't want to start too many things before that, because we don't want to have, like, 3 playthroughs going and then have Metroid Dread coming out. Okay, that's good to know. I tend to do a thing where, like, I'll play most of the games that I'm playing. I play them, like, once, maybe twice a week. I'm thinking about switching back to focusing on, like, one game at a time. So, for instance, when Metroid Dread comes out, we might just play Metroid Dread until we finish it. And then move on and play something else. I'm curious to know how people feel about
Nice shot.
if you have a preference between the two.
Nice on.
Now, I do think I'm gonna, like, split the difference. It's not gonna be full on, we'll only play this game until we finish it, because we're still gonna have, like, Mario Golf once a week. I think it'll be something like 3 nights a week will be one game, and then the other 2 nights will be other games. One of them will probably be Castlevania. So it'll probably be like Castlevania one night, another game for like 3 nights, and then Mario Golf on Friday.
Nice approach.
I have a feeling a lot of people are kind of neutral on it. I think it was like a week or 2 ago that I first talked about this when I got this idea of I think focusing on one game at a time is better for new viewers. Because I think when a new viewer comes, like, say a new viewer comes in right now and they're like, oh, I love Mario Golf. I think what they want to hear is, I think if they were to hear, oh, we're going to play more Mario Golf tomorrow, I think that just increases the chance that they're going to potentially subscribe and be back tomorrow. Whereas if they hear, we'll play Mario Golf again next week, they might be like, well, all I want to watch is Mario Golf, so I might as well just keep looking for other channels that play Mario Golf. Whereas I think for regulars, I think the variety might be better.
Nice pop.
Yes.
Like, I think you guys are a little bit
Birdie.
more okay with, like, alternating games a little bit more rapidly than that.
Nice
Oh, yeah.
birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie.
So yeah, I don't know if I'll fully commit to it yet. It's hard to give an example of just what I'm talking about because I don't want to reveal too much of what we're doing in October just yet.
Ready?
I want to leave some sort of suspense.
Nice shot.
One other game we might pick up in October that might be a weekly thing is Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know when that game's update's supposed to be coming out. But I feel like that could be kind of Halloween-y too. It's very dark and not spooky, but like ominous. Maybe not even ominous, you know what I mean. So I'm using this opportunity to go ahead and do some, fill out the schedule a little bit more on Discord. So we'll definitely do Mario Golf on the 1st. Saturday will probably be off.
Nice shot.
Mostly what I want to pencil in is Metroid Dread, so I can keep track of when that is. I hit that way too hard. What's wrong with me?
Nice shot.
It's unfortunate. I mean, okay, it could have been harder,
Nice on.
but...
Nice approach. Nice approach. Nice approach.
I still have to figure out what the fuck is going on with Sundays. I don't think we're gonna bring back speed runs anytime soon. There's gonna be too many other things that I want to do in October, I'm pretty sure. And so if we play Fire Emblem next Monday,
Birdie.
and Mario Golf on next Friday. No, 2 Fridays from now. Boink.
Nice
yeah.
birdie.
It gives us 2 days that week, and then we have 4 days the next week before Metroid Dread comes out. So I have to think of, like, which of the games, if I'm gonna focus on one game at a time, which game will fit into 6 streams comfortably.
Birdie.
Okay. That's mostly what I wanted to figure out there while I was on that line of thought. Hey, you know, how's it going? Yeah, this is the 3rd hole of 6.
Nice par.
And on... I was gonna say, unfortunately, we're going to Bowser Highlands next. I don't think we actually are. Probably gonna do Dunes next.
Ready?
And yeah, I feel like Deep Rock can kind of fit into October stuff just fine. That realistically, that's probably the scariest of the games we'll be playing. Because the other stuff is definitely not scary, it's more like supernatural stuff, and Deep Rock's not supernatural stuff, it's aliens and shit. Maybe we'll put Deep Rock on Sundays. I don't know, Sundays are always a very tricky night to schedule because I feel like some of my best turnouts are on Sundays because there's probably not a lot of other people streaming. So on one hand, I want to put stuff on Sunday that,
Nice shot.
in the interest of exposure, I want to put stuff there that people might not watch otherwise. But I also like to put something on Sunday that's kind of like low resistance and that will appeal to a wide crowd if I can.
Nice shot.
What do I think of you? Oh, well, annoying's not a word I think of. I don't really have any complaints about your presence. Off of the top of my head. I can't even think of a
Man, you'd be a great viewer if it weren't for this one thing. I'm kind of just like, nah, you're fine. No issues here. And trust me, this paints me as a very bad person, but I do tend to focus on stuff like that a lot, so if there was one thing that annoyed me, I'd probably be able to think of it pretty quickly. Although, to a point, I think I generalize it. I think there's the type of viewers... There are the viewers that I look forward to interacting with, and then there's the viewers that I can't stand interacting with, and I just dread when they're going to show up. I guess there's a bit of a middle ground, because there are some viewers that are sometimes annoying, but not always annoying. But I'd say, like, for the most part, that everyone here is in that category of I look forward to interacting with you. With a tiny asterisk of the fact that there might be someone lurking that that I don't know you're there, and I have no idea where you'd fall into. Like, it's like I said earlier, the double-edged sword nature of YouTube gaming no longer being a thing and YouTube discovery being worse is the fact that, for the most part, I only have to interact with the viewers that I want to interact with. I don't get many of the really annoying viewers that are just like, hey, play Fortnite! Exclamation point ad. Like, I just don't have to deal with that stuff as often. Which sucks because the overall viewer count is worse, but it means that I almost... It's been a very long time since I've been getting ready to stream and gone, man, I'm not looking forward to dealing with people tonight. Usually when I don't feel like streaming, it's another factor entirely.
Nice approach. Birdie.
I still don't know what it tastes like. But it's good. I wonder if it is Lifesavers. It kind of tastes like Lifesavers. But I feel like that's a stupid thing to say, because Lifesavers have multiple flavors. Anyway. It is good, though. Golf does seem to attract people who are generally the most polite. Yeah, it's been pretty pleasant that the new viewers I've pulled in with golf have been, like... There was that one kid that was, like, super toxic. Other than that, it's been totally fine. Which has been real nice. It's not like Mario Kart or Smash Brothers where people are like super sweaty and competitive.
Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie.
Which makes sense, really, but...
Nice par. Nice par.
Yes.
God, we're just getting 3 points on this one. This might be the first one where the par handicap won't completely bone me.
Ready?
Yeah, if I keep this up, this will be the first. Like, I don't think we're gonna stick with that handicap. I don't think it works as well as it potentially could, but still keeping track in the interest of curiosity.
Excellent.
Oh, you can move chat to the side on YouTube on mobile now. That is pretty nice. Yeah, otherwise you have that like weird vertical layout or that weird one where the chat like overlays the video and you can't fucking see anything, which I hate. I don't know what they were thinking on that one.
Nice on.
I mean, I very rarely use...
Nice shot.
use mobile anyway.
90% of my mobile YouTube use is when my internet goes out and I have to alert chat as to what's going on. And I'm talking like out, not the nights where it's just the upload speed acting up, because then I can still chat just fine, so.
Nice shot.
So what lunacy has happened tonight that we should be filling Eno in on? Blue got a +9. I guess that's like the most eventful thing that happened tonight. It was on that course with, like, the Wild Weather course with, like, the lake, and there's the tree in the middle where, like, it has, like, the tunnel cut out from it, and she kept trying to shoot it through the middle, and it just wasn't working. Yeah. I think, did I show you the one I put on Twitter about that backspin? I don't remember if it was an eagle. I think it might have. Actually, that backspin wasn't with Boo, was it? I think it was with Toadette or something. No, that was with Boo. I'm thinking of a different one. Anyway, I put one on Twitter that was a Boo, like, I overshot the hole and backspun back into the hole. Theo did one of those. Except his was, like, much greater distance than mine was.
Both.
Oh, boy.
Birdie. Nice
Oh, yeah.
birdie.
And yeah, otherwise we're experimenting with the scoreboard.
Nice par.
Been trying to troubleshoot some of the math to try and figure out, like... I feel like I'm at a point where, like, no one's gonna catch up to the lead I have, right? So I started trying to think, should we apply a handicap to the person in first? I'm already using the handicap of I'm only using standard clubs, but that doesn't seem to be making much of a difference, if I'm being completely honest. And that's not meant to be a... I'm just that good. It's more of a... I don't think clubs are as powerful as a lot of people think they are. Then I had the idea to... What if I just count for the person in first that their new par is actually the birdie score? So basically, every round they'll have +6 added to their score. That seems to be way too punishing. I'd be losing like 27 points already tonight. And I'm not performing bad. But I'm not like... I'm just performing average. So I don't think that's necessarily going to work, but I'm still keeping track of it off to the side just to see how it pans out. Oh, you hate to see it. But since it's the computer, I kind of wish it would have rolled back down into the sand a little bit more. But what can you do, I guess? Otherwise, I'm realizing I need to get another character up to Superstar, for sure. Which is maybe something I should be working on.
Great.
Toad is about 200 points away, so that would be, what, 3 matches-ish? But then I'm gonna have to back out to go get the clubs. I don't know if I feel like doing that, so...
Nice shot.
I think I should try to get that done by next week, though. So we have another AI player to shuffle in. Because I effectively only have 3, since one of them is Boo. Which, you know, I'm not going to pressure Theo into playing someone
Nice
else
approach.
or anything like that.
Eagle.
Needless to say, getting Rosalina up there would probably be a bad idea, because she'd never really be able to jump in either.
It gets me right here every time.
It's so uncomfortable. Yeah, when we started tonight, blue was 9 under.
Birdie.
It even hurts when it's the AI.
Birdie putt.
On the other hand, when we started tonight, Theo was 5-4 over? So we have a hot competition down in, That and the AI just keeps rocketing up there. Donkey Kong's fucking 10 under. Pauline's 9 under. About to be 10 if she keeps this up.
Birdie putt. Nice.
The AI is performing a little bit better than I expected they would.
Birdie.
Oh, this is the last hole, isn't it?
Nice par.
She is, in fact, now negative 10 under.
Oh, boy.
See, this would be the first one where I would break even. With the birdie disadvantage. Handicap. I think that's just way too powerful.
Well, we're gonna refresh the scorecard every month, so... I mean, realistically, you're still above Blue and Theo. Well, no, not Theo. 'Cause Theo's now up to, what, 13 under? But you're still ahead of Blue, technically. No pressure. Who am I playing as next? King Babam. Actually, I'm gonna put one in with Toad, because, like I said, I should try and get another superstar character. That's the appeal of the golf scoring system, right? Is it's kind of like has a base level. Realistically, playing more isn't gonna do much for you. Only if you play more but consistently do well every round is it gonna help you. You could have the most holes played, but if you're getting a bunch of real big bogeys, it's not gonna matter.
Here.
Also, Ridge Rock Lake is garbage. It is now a bottom tier level. Garbage tier, perhaps, maybe. I'm sure you remember that when the game first came out, like, it seems like those cloud enemies, their wind currents didn't do anything. They absolutely do something now, and it's awful. Like, I really dislike that course now. I think they patched it when they added... during that first patch, and just since we hadn't been playing it, we didn't really notice. Yeah, it sucks. I hate that course now. That's easily my least favorite course. I can promise it has nothing to do with the fact that Theo got a 6 under on that course. It was solely the wind being stupid.
Nice shot.
makes cross country better. Maybe it probably makes it worse. I had to guess. I hope they give us more ranked rewards next month. Kind of sucks that they only gave Boo the one visor this month. I think ranked could still definitely use some improvements. So we'll probably do that on the 1st, which is a Friday, since we'll be playing Mario Golf. I'll probably do the same thing where we'll boot it up, I'll go do ranked, get whatever the rewards are, and then we'll move to multiplayer after that. I think this month it took, what, like an hour and a half for me to get to A rank?
Nice shot.
Maybe 2 hours? And, yeah, hopefully we'll get, like, maybe a course and a character next month, too. That'd be nice, since we didn't get anything this month. To be fair, compared to tennis, adding new courses to this is, like, takes a lot more work. And I'd prefer that they keep up the good work there, because I think these courses are, like, really well designed.
Nice shot.
So I'd prefer that the courses remain being well designed, and also not just be Odyssey courses with greens copy-pasted onto them. Like, I think that works fine for New Donk, don't get me wrong. But if they start doing that for every kingdom in Odyssey, I'm probably gonna be a little grumpy about it. Yeah, so, realistically, there have been rumblings that we might be getting a Nintendo Direct soon. And if we do get a Nintendo Direct, they're probably going to show us the next update for this game at that time, if I had to guess. Which, it'll probably be on, like, Wednesday when I'm off. So, it's a little unfortunate. If it is, maybe I'll try to record it and upload a reaction. I still have that fucking... Those that weren't here at the beginning of the stream. When I was waking up, I was, like, laying on my back and took, like, a deep breath and inhaled, like, a piece of dust or something. And it's still, like, fucking in there, tickling the shit out of my throat, and I fucking hate it.
Nice shot.
I kind of like playing on standard because I don't have to worry about all the different bars of spin. Those tend to get in my head. But yeah, I would hope/expect that we'll see another update in October. I think it's fairly reasonable to believe that we're probably going to see a direct, like, at the end of September. And that's probably going to show us... It's going to show us, like, one last trailer for Dread to try and get us hyped for that. It'll show us a Mario Golf update. It'll show us the last Smash Brothers character, which I'm going to go ahead and just lock in my choice. I'm fairly confident that it's going to be the main character from Shin Megami Tensei 5. I'm fairly confident that that's who the last character is going to be. Which might be too soon, because I don't think the game comes out until November. So maybe they won't show us who the last character is yet. Unless that's not who it is. They'll probably show us Game Boy Online. If the N64 rumors are true, they'll probably show us that too, as well as confirm the premium pricing nonsense. To recap, there's a rumor that they're going to be adding N64 to Switch Online, but they're going to also add another subscription tier. So it'll be like if you pay $20 a year, you'll get NES, Super NES, and probably Game Boy. And then if you pay like $30 a year, you'll also get N64. There's no... I don't think there's any evidence of that, to be honest. I think it's just people speculating, so that could be totally wrong. Well, the only thing that it's based on is that there was a new controller trademark filed, and people are assuming that's going to be either a Game Boy controller or an N64 controller for Switch. How the fuck do I want to do this? I do like this idea. Now, Game Boy is not confirmed, but I really think Game Boy is a matter of when, not if. I can feel it, though. There's been a lot of speculation about stuff like that recently. Enough to the point where it's like, we could be getting a direct that's going to confirm all of this stuff we've been hearing about, so... Higher pricing would suck depending on how much higher they push it. If it's 30, I think I'd still be fine with it. If it's 40, I might be like, I don't know about that. If it's anything higher, it's insane. I think 30 would be completely fine.
30.
I think they need to offer something more than just N64 games, and I don't necessarily know what it could be, but... Unless they also make Game Boy Premium, but I think that seems like a fairly ridiculous idea. N64 makes sense because the N64 was so focused on multiplayer gaming, and therefore you're gonna get the most out of it by having Switch Online and being able to play them online anyway. I think the fact that, like, overrated Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time aside, being able to play, like, Mario Kart and Smash Brothers and the Mario parties and Mario Tennis and Mario Golf all online is, like, kind of amazing. So I think that would be worth it. But they also can't ramp the price up too high. Well, unless there's an upgrade for it, that you can just pay a $10 upgrade. So, like I said, it's all speculation. There have been insiders that have said Game Boy and N64 is coming, but that's about it. And even then, that depends on how much you trust insider knowledge. I tend to not, because they've definitely been wrong on occasion. But the fact that Game Boy and N64 makes so much sense makes me say that they might actually be onto something. Or they're taking a shot in the dark and they could still be right anyway, because it's a fairly safe bet.
Nice paw.
Yes.
I think what they should potentially do, if they're going to add, like, a premium subscription price, they should maybe do something like Game Pass or PlayStation Net Plus. Where, like, maybe every month we just get, like, unlimited access to, like, one game or something. I think if it was, like, 10 extra bucks and we got all the N64 stuff, and also in January you just get ARMS for free for the month. I think I'd be like, that sounds neat.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it's true. It would have to be very smart retroactively, but I feel like they can make something like that work. Alright, I hate approaching the left side, so I'm just gonna not. I'm gonna choose... I feel like that could potentially go worse because of the fact that I don't have a lot of power right now. I'm just gonna go fight the Phoenix. How's that sound?
Nice shot.
But yeah, I think they could cook up a system that'll be like, oh, you just have to pay the difference. I guess the tricky thing is, if you say just paid for a full year
Nice shot.
at 20, but you only want to get like 3 months of the premium. Like, you don't want to fully commit to it, you just want to do it for like a month or two. That might be where it gets tricky. But anyway, like I said, it's all speculation, so it might not even wind up being true at all.
Nice shot.
I still think that there's enough brewing that they could potentially hit us with a direct before October. Make sure we go nice and low here. I'm okay with them raising the price as long as it's worth it. If they boost the price for no reason, if they're just like, we're just gonna raise the price to 30, but we're not adding anything else to it, then I'm probably gonna be like, yo, what the fuck? I'm still, like, on the fence in regards to the whole situation. I think 20 a year is very reasonable. And I think the people who are still complaining about it not being worth it kind of, like, low-key need to shut the fuck up. And, because how much is it for Xbox Live? Oh, that could have been worse. How much is it for Xbox Live? A year of Xbox Live and a year of PlayStation Plus? It's like 60, right?
Nice on.
Or is it more than that? So in that regard, it's still very reasonable. However, as someone who has a lot of history with playing online games on PC, I think it's semi-ridiculous that they charge us to play online at all when you don't have to pay an extra fee to play games online on your PC. I think that's fairly ridiculous, and I'm still, like, kind of like the fact that they're charging us at all is kind of bullshit. Especially when they charged us nothing for how long? And then suddenly decided, oh wait, we could get away with charging for this. So that's, like, kind of shitty. I'm not, like, in complete support. But I do think if they're going to raise the price, they do have to add more bang for your buck there. Blue, what are you doing? But I also think, I talked a bit last night, that, like, I also think that Switch Online, any console online service, I think, is very specifically aimed at two types of people. People who play games online, and people who want to play those retro games. If you don't want to play games online, or you don't care about retro games, the service is not aimed at you, and it doesn't necessarily need to be aimed at you. And it's okay for you to just say, I don't need this service. Like, it's perfectly okay to say that. I think people think that it's mandatory and that you have to have the services. And therefore, that's why they care so much about it being worth the cost. It's like, you can just opt out, you know? If you're not playing online and you don't care about the games you have access to, then just don't fucking buy it, dude. If you play a lot of Splatoon or a lot of Mario Kart or a lot of Smash Brothers or a lot of Mario Golf, or a lot of Monster Hunter, then it's probably a fucking steal. If you don't, then it doesn't affect you. Shut the fuck up. Also, think twice before you bitch and moan about Nintendo putting
their NES games on mobile phones, because maybe if you would have shut the fuck up about that, Nintendo wouldn't think their retro games are worth so fucking much. Fucking gaming press infuriates me. Nintendo should stop making... 10 years ago, Nintendo should stop making hardware. They should just put NES games on mobile phones. They're such a stupid company, they don't get it. They should just put Mario on mobile phones. Fast forward the Switch when they're like $20 a year and you have access to Mario on Switch, and they're like, this isn't worth the cost. You were the ones telling them to put it on fucking smartphones, you fucking idiots. Like, maybe stop riding the dick of Mario 1 and Mario World, and then maybe Nintendo won't think that's the only thing you fucking care about. This is a problem of your own creation. Anyway, hey Alexander, how's it going?
Nice birdie.
I think my gripe mostly just comes down to, though, like, if you're not using the online service, there's nothing wrong with just not buying it. You don't really have to. If it's not worth it to you, that's fine. Don't try and force other people to think it's not worth it to them either. If it's worth it to you, that's also fine. Don't try and force other people to think it's worth it for them too. If it's a very person-by-person basis. It's as simple as that. Look at me with PlayStation Plus. Like, I dropped PlayStation Plus months ago because I wasn't using it. If it's worth it for other people, that's fine. I'm not gonna be like... I mean, if you play games on PS4 or PS5 online every fucking day, then clearly it's worth it for you. Doesn't change anything. Like, it can be both. People don't seem to understand that, especially with Switch Online. People really just won't shut the fuck up about Switch Online being worth it or not worth it. I kind of don't get it. I think part of it is some of the most played games on the Switch are like Mario Kart. So of course people think having online play is mandatory, right? Because you need it to play Mario Kart constantly. Like, I guess I get it, but I hate this. I hit that way too hard. It said it was, like, super uphill and the wind was in my face.
Nice on.
Fuck you. Anyway. Welcome back, Volpe. Man, I haven't had Jello in, like, fucking... I don't even know how long. Not that I particularly have a hankering for it, but I'm just observing the fact that I can't even recall the last time I had Jello.
Nice shot.
And yeah, they told us when the Switch came out that they were going to start charging us eventually, but I mean, in the Wii U and 3DS and even the Wii era, it was, like, completely free. This is what I meant by, it used to be free, why does it now cost something? But really what it comes down to for me is,
Nice shot.
I think there is an obvious answer to this, and I'll go into this in a second. But on base value, I don't understand why if you're playing... When Monster Hunter Rise comes out on PC, you'll be able to buy it on Steam and play it online at no additional cost. But if you have it on Switch, you have to pay extra to play it online. Why? Marvel's Avengers, if you have that on PS4, you have to pay extra to play it online, but if you buy it on Steam, you can play it online at no additional cost. Why? That doesn't make any sense. We're using the same internet that we pay for. It's not like Switch just comes with internet, and that you're actually just buying the internet with the Switch, you know what I mean? The obvious answer for this is server usage. Monster Hunter Rise runs on Nintendo's servers. When it comes out on PC, it's not going to run on Nintendo's servers, it's going to run on Capcom's servers. So why don't they just put it on Capcom servers in both cases? If it was on Capcom servers on the Switch, would we still have to pay extra to play it? Yeah. Why? I don't understand why being able to play online... Shut up, I'm talking. I don't understand why being able to play online on a console for an extra cost was ever normalized. It never made sense to me. Even in the days when, like, Xbox Live was popping off on the original Xbox with Halo and everything, I was like... But if it's on PC, you could play it at no additional cost. Why are they charging? They're not providing the internet for us. Am I insane? Like, it's never made sense to me. So if anything, that's my only gripe with Switch Online, is like... And it's the same gripe I have with the other two consoles. Why do we have to pay for online service at all? Like... Like, why is that a thing? Yeah, I don't... In theory, I understand individual games having subscription costs, but at the same time, I don't. That's another one. That's like, why was that normalized? I get it. They have server upkeep costs, they have to pay the staff that are making constant, like, monthly updates to these games. But then you look at a game like Splatoon 2... that didn't have a subscription cost, and that had monthly updates for, what, like 2 years? So, in a roundabout way, that's what Switch Online cost is covering. It's covering them offering free updates to those games as often as they do. They were basically updating those games at a loss until now. Does that make sense? But where it doesn't work is, what about the people who are buying the online service but they don't play Splatoon 2? They're funding that content being made, but they're not buying the content to play it. So you're kind of you're taking money from the wrong people? Does that make sense? Do you think Capcom sees a cut of Switch Online sales? I'd be curious to know about stuff like that. Like, if you release an online video game on a console, do you get a cut of their online service fees?
Nice paw.
It's all just clearly... They were systems that were clearly made to make money, and nothing else, is my perhaps hot take on that situation. I think the first game on PC that was like, we're gonna charge a monthly subscription, they did it to make money. And then they came up with a justification for why they need to make that money, and then it just became normalized, and everyone was like, oh yeah, that's just normal now. Even though it's like, I think it funding things is like low-key kind of bullshit. Because I think that if they really wanted to continue updating the games, they'd find a way to do it anyway. Just look at Splatoon 2. But then, even then, we have to pay for Switch Online, and you have the theory of, well, that's so that they can make free updates for games like this in Splatoon 2. But then why are Smash Brothers updates not free? Why do we have to then pay another cost for those if we're paying for the Switch Online to fund the creation of that content?
And I think the answer is always just going to be money. I think is all it comes down to.
Nice shot.
Then you even look at the games that are free to play. Like, you're telling me it's necessary that Blizzard charges all of their players $15 a month to keep World of Warcraft maintained and updated. Not only for server maintenance, but to make sure that, like, the patches are taken care of so they can continue to provide content to the game, so they can pay the staff that handles, like, support tickets and games and stuff like that. All for one platform, yet Fortnite, that's on every platform under the sun, is free to play. So, clearly they're doing something right financially that Blizzard hasn't figured out, because they're able to do it without forcing people to spend money. Whereas Blizzard's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to charge you a monthly subscription fee for this. How does that work? Anyway, not to go off on a complete tirade on Switch Online in particular, because like I said, I think, for me, Switch Online is worth it. I've never even questioned how much I'm paying for Switch Online. I'm totally fine with it, but on a principle level of the concept of paying for online on console, I do think it's kind of bullshit. They have me right on the fence, where it's like, I think it's nonsense, but at least they're not charging me $60 a year. Yeah, they do make money from the microtransactions, but they don't... But then World of Warcraft has a subscription fee and microtransactions. So, what? They're still, like, Epic figured something out that Blizzard never figured out. Is, I think, what it comes down to. I keep forgetting which character I'm playing. I'm clearly more captivated by the conversation than anything tonight. And yeah, that is a point. Nintendo this year, right, completely upgraded all of their servers. So yeah, that shit's expensive for sure. And yeah, so they are making good use of the money, but it's also like, it's difficult for the average person to see that, I think. I think what it comes down to is I think it's really weird that people bitch and moan the way they do about Switch Online not being worth the cost, but will drop $60 for a year of Xbox Live without batting an eye. I never hear anybody complain about PlayStation Plus or Xbox Live cost, as much as I've heard people complain about Switch Online cost. And it's a fraction of the price. I should have hit that harder. I might be fine, though.
Nice shot.
Yeah, microtransactions is a very loose description. Because they're more like services. Like name changes, race changes, server transfers, mounts, pets, stuff like that. They are, in theory, microtransactions. I mean, especially stuff like mounts and pets. Those are absolutely microtransactions. They're about the same price as skins in Fortnite, right? Aren't skins in Fortnite like $20 fucking or something? Like, they're expensive. I'd also, like, to a point, I would argue Fortnite probably doesn't make that much money off of microtransactions. They clearly do, but that game is... Oh, that's unfortunate. That game is also very specifically aimed at children. They would never admit that because guns, and whenever you ask them, is this aimed at children, they're gonna be like, oh, no, no. It's aimed at fucking children. Like, you're not fooling anybody. And children don't have money, so how much money could they really be making off of microtransactions? But the answer there is they're clearly making a lot, because that's how they're making money.
Nice.
I think what it comes down to is I wish I could figure out how these companies have figured out how to get people, how to normalize the concept of people giving them money when they don't need to give them money. I wish I could figure that out. I wish I could reach a point where, like, people were giving me money, but they really don't need to. You know what I mean?
Nice shot.
What hole are
Nice
we on?
on.
We have 3 more holes. This might be the last run of the night. We're at 5.5 hours, so... I don't think it's gonna take 30 minutes to finish these 3 holes, but we won't have enough time to do another round. And I don't feel like going late tonight, to be honest. If I could leave, or if I could end, like, at 6 hours, or maybe even a little early, I think that'd be fantastic. Well, I mean, like... Because, yeah, that is a thing, but I mean, like, to the extent that, like, Fortnite has it figured out. I basically mean I wish I could make, like, a livable salary on a... At, like... Because, like, I don't even want to think about the amount of money that Epic makes off of Fortnite. And it's a free-to-play game. You do not have to give them any money to play that game. And yet they're somehow making millions upon millions of dollars off of that game. That's what I want to figure out. How do I figure out how to get people to give me that kind of money
Nice shot.
while never actually asking for it?
Birdie.
Meanwhile, I feel like stuff like YouTube kind of frowns upon us if we, like... YouTube would probably not be okay with the fact that my perks are not really filled out. I don't really have those filled out to say if you become a member of the channel, here are the things you get. Because I'm very, like, just honest about the fact that, like, you're just gonna get me doing more of this, really. And they probably wouldn't like that, because they feel like we need to justify it. But, like, Fortnite doesn't need to justify it. That's what I don't understand. Fortnite and World of Warcraft, they're just like, we don't have to justify it. Just give us your money. And people are like, okay. Yeah, you're supposed to have perks, but, like, honestly, coming up with perks is very difficult, especially as a small streamer. It's a little bit easier when you have a large audience, I think, in theory. Because realistically, the perks are always, like, kind of shallow stuff, in my opinion. It's stuff like, once a week or once a month, I'll do an Ask Me Anything stream where only members can join, and you guys just get, like, some one-on-one time with me to just ask me whatever you want. You can already do that in streams, dude. Like, you got that right now. So me offering something like that is kind of completely ridiculous. You already got that. I'm just asking you to pay me for something that you're already getting. And I'd rather just not offer a perk like that. I'd rather be honest and say, yeah, you're not really getting anything extra, than come up with some weird fabrication like that. That did not work as well as I expected at all. Then there's, like, other shallow stuff, like, you'll get a personal shout-out at the end of every video. Yeah, but when you have 338 subscribers, or members, you can't give a personal shout-out to everybody, so everyone just simplifies it and says shout-outs to all my members. You're paying for nothing! I'm just, like, not confident... Not comfortable monetizing something that isn't actually... You're not actually getting anything for it. It's basically all a lie. So I just don't have it filled out. I think the only perk I have there is if we do multiplayer stuff and there's a big queue, then members will get in first. I think that's, like, the only thing I have. Like, if there were 5 people wanting to play Mario Golf right now, I'd have to say, okay, members get in first. Then everybody else can join. I think that's the only thing I have listed. Because that was the only thing I could really think of that made any sense. And again, you're paying for nothing there. Because we don't currently have enough people wanting to play that I'm forced to say some people are going to have to sit out and let the members play. That's not enough of an issue, so you're not actually getting anything out of that. Which is the same thing as the you get a personal one-on-one Ask Me Anything stream once a month. Because it's like, you already get that. All you're buying is the reassurance that someday when I can't do it on a stream-by-stream basis, that I will continue to do it on a monthly basis. But you still have to pay for it then anyway. It's not like you can pay for it now, and then in 5 months, if I have a billion gazillion subscribers, and I do an Ask Me Anything stream, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, all those people that bought memberships 5 months ago, you can still, you still get to attend. I don't have that control, though. You don't. You have to pay again. So, you're not getting anything. I'm too honest, I think is what it comes down to. I think I'm too honest in regards to what I'm selling, and I think I've had this problem with, like, artwork over the years, too. I don't really know how to market myself because of the fact that I think I'm just too honest.
Nice shot.
I've actually thought about the fact of... I kind of mentioned earlier that if I was making, like, thousands of dollars a month on YouTube, that I would probably be able to justify doing things like compensating mods and stuff like that. And I think another one I think of every now and then is if the channel was making that kind of money and I could, like, hire people to do stuff, that I would potentially hire somebody to basically market the channel that understands marketing better than I do and can be more aggressive about it. I thought about doing it for artwork too. What is yellow? Well, you're yellow at the moment. Yeah, this will be the last match. I think we have, what, 2 holes left? We'll probably just kind of, like, chill for a second after that. Well, it actually gave me the driver here. Usually it doesn't do that. Usually it's like, they only give you the driver at tee off. It's kind of weird. I did a lot of incorrect things there. I should have pulled it back and rethought that. It was one of those things where I counted for all this different stuff, and then I went to take the shot and saw the curve of the land, and I just went ahead and took it anyway, which I shouldn't have done. But yeah, we'll stop after this. Like I said, I don't particularly want to go overtime. Due to the whole dust issue I mentioned earlier, and the fact that I've been, like, coughing and clearing my throat all night, and just we've had a lot of conversation, I've been talking for, like, 6 hours straight, my throat is fucking tired. So I don't particularly want to go overtime. Especially because we went overtime yesterday by half an hour. I think Fire Emblem we went overtime by half an hour. Picross we went overtime by half an hour, so I'm kind of like, nah. Even though it's the last day that I'll be streaming for a while. Reminder that we'll be back on Thursday with Fire Emblem. Just gonna take a little bit of time to just relax and do nothing. And by do nothing, I mean I'm probably gonna spend a lot of time drawing instead. And maybe, like, just watching some random stuff. I have a bunch of stuff on Netflix and Disney Plus that I've been meaning to watch and just not making the time to do it. I even thought about, like, do I want to pick up a game while I'm off? Are there any games I've been wanting to play that I don't think would make good stream games, and I'd rather play in my own time, because now would be the time to do it, but I can't really think of anything. So I don't think I'm going to go too crazy with it. Ugh. Poor Theo. It's the 5th or the 6th hole. I also have to pee, so that's another reason I don't want to go overtime. Yeah, as I said earlier, we'll be back on Thursday with Fire Emblem. Friday will be more Mario Golf. I need to check with Twain. I think Saturday is our next race night. Next Saturday, that is, not tomorrow. And since he moved race nights to Twitch, I think I'm actually gonna I always thought it was ridiculous to have both of us streaming the same thing to 2 different channels when he was doing it on YouTube. But now that he's moved it to Twitch, I feel like me restreaming it is actually a pretty decent idea. And he seemed to think it was a pretty good idea too. So I might try to set that up for this upcoming race night. I might wait until the one after that, but we'll see. And then Sunday will be Sonic Colors, finishing that up. Then Monday will be more Fire Emblem, and then we're gonna get started on October stuff early. I think I have the autumn layout all set up and ready to go. I'm gonna transition to that when we come back. It's maybe a little too hard. Nah, I love it. 10 out of 10. Maybe I'll play Fire Emblem Awakening. That's something I was thinking about doing, because I've been in such a mood to play Fire Emblem now, and Awakening is not one that I would stream due to the fact that it's 3DS and I have no way of capturing it. So maybe I'll try and start a new playthrough on that. Maybe. It's kind of funny, like, I have no interest in playing Fates, but the fact that it would be on an emulator actually makes it more appealing, because then I can actually sit back and, like, relax with a controller and play it, instead of being... I don't like playing stuff on my 3DS anymore. I don't like sitting here all huddled on a handheld. It's just not comfortable. I don't like it. So there is a small part of me that's like, I could play something on an emulator instead, and that would be a lot more comfortable. That's unfortunate. I see what you were trying to do. By the way, Blue, I don't know if I've seen you using this feature, so I'm going to point this out to you when my turn comes up again, because I think this would have helped you in this particular instance. If you press Y, you can change, like, the distance of your shot, and that goes for the wedge, too. Maybe you were already zoomed in on that shot. I maybe wasn't paying close enough attention for that. But you can kind of, like, zoom it in if you were, like, I don't want to hit it quite that far. I'm just playing it safe, because I don't know if you know that you can do that. Oh, you can do it on any wedge, actually. I didn't know that.
I mean, that's a valid point, because I'd ignore the story of all the games anyway, so... it's, Yeah, I forget to use them sometimes, too. I was just pointing it out in case you just didn't know it was a thing. I don't know if... From the spectating perspective, I don't know if I can see that someone is switching between stuff there. I'm not quite sure. Was this last hole?
Oh.
This wasn't, right? This is hole 5, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we still have one more, okay. Fuck, fine. I don't know if I feel good about that. I might not be able to reach the green. I think I'm gonna chance it, though. Let the big dog eat.
Nice shot.
There was a game I was just thinking the other night that I was like, oh, I should try and get this on emulator and play it, but I don't remember what it was. I can confirm it was not Fates. I don't remember what it was otherwise, though. What do you want? Huh? What do you want? I was just stretching and you decided that you had to come say hi. You're switching. Stretch that coat, Kennedy. You're switching.
Nice shot.
It's actually gonna bother me now. There was something that I was like, oh, I should get this and just emulate it and play it. I cannot remember what it was. I can think of a couple different things that fill those prerequisites of like, that's something I should get on emulator and play, but it's not, I'm pretty sure none of them are the thing I was thinking of. I did mention this earlier, that, one I have been thinking about is not on emulator, but starting another file in Ring Fit Adventure and starting to try to get myself, now that summer's over, try to get myself back into doing that. Another reason I kind of stopped doing it is because a lot of the games I was playing on stream, I have physical, so I was having to switch the cards every day, which is just fucking annoying, so I just kind of talked myself out of it for a bit and was like, yeah, just don't do it. If you don't feel like switching the cards, just don't do it, forehead. But now everything we've been playing has been digital, so I should probably try to start doing that again. Although I guess Metroid Dread is gonna throw that out of whack a little bit. That's okay. That's still something I should maybe try to do while I'm off. And unfortunately, I don't think that game does very well in regards to, like, those that haven't played Ring Fit Adventure. The more you play it, like, the difficulty kind of slowly ramps up over time, right? As it starts to notice that you're doing better, it'll start to ramp the difficulty up.
I don't think it ramps the difficulty back down, though, if you haven't played in a while. So I think if I were to pick the game up now, I'm gonna be on the same difficulty I was on, like, almost a year ago, and I'm probably gonna, like, kill myself just wearing myself out. So I keep thinking that the best way of doing it is probably just to start a new game file. I think you can manually turn the difficulty down, though. Maybe I should just do that. I was pretty far in that game, so... The game was surprisingly long for a fucking exercise game. For an exercise RPG. Like, it was surprisingly long.
Great.
The fact that I didn't beat it is kind of wild.
Nice shot.
Awakening. Since I wouldn't be able to stream it anyway.
Great. Nice shot.
I mean, that's a pretty good shot. I can't be too upset, but...
Nice on.
But then my counterpoint was that I don't really like playing stuff on 3DS anymore, so...
Nice. Eagle punch.
There's a part of me that's like, I should just emulate it, and then I can just play it on a controller, and just kind of kick back and relax. I always feel so tense playing stuff on my 3DS, because I just have to be so... like, just hunched up.
Okay, you're good, girl.
I don't know. I'll think about it a lot. Or I'll think about it before, probably throughout the night, tonight, and see if anything comes to mind. I very randomly last night got the, appeal to rewatch Kill la Kill. So... that's an option that I might do while I'm off, too. If it's still on Netflix, I actually don't know if it is. I would assume it is, but it very well might not be. Oh, what I should do is watch Avatar and Korra. That's what I should do. Although, I don't know if 5 days is gonna be enough to watch something like that. That's,
Eagle punch.
that's like, what, 6 seasons total? That's a lot. That might be a little bit too much. Kill la Kill is still on there, so... Oh, I didn't catch it. What happened? Man, I thought these 3 holes wouldn't take us 30 minutes. They took us like 25.
Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie.
I had 2, Theo had
Nice
2.
birdie. Double bogey.
Boy.
It's Blue's final score. Yikes, what happened? I will go ahead and get everyone totaled up so that we can see scores before we stop for the night. As I said earlier, next week will be the last golf of September. Scores will reset after that. Man, Theo had a strong finish. He went from 4 over to 15 under in one night. Poor Blue went from, what, 9 under to 7 over? You guys basically traded positions. And yeah, I don't really love the birdie handicap too much. I would have lost 31 points tonight, just about. And I didn't like perform that well, or I didn't perform that badly. I just performed kind of average, and I would have like just dropped in points. Blue does have the highest number. She is actually winning. Yeah, last week was rough, Theo. It was a pretty good comeback. Pulled back ahead of the AI. AI performed pretty well tonight, too. Okay, that'll be it for tonight. This, wait, always a good time, though. Good time. As I mentioned earlier, my goal for October is that we're basically going to shelve everything and focus on more, not scary games. Like, I'm definitely not playing any horror games. I mentioned earlier that Deep Rock Galactic might be the closest thing to a horror game that we might play. And even that I wouldn't say is a horror game, but it's closer than anything else I have planned. I haven't confirmed what any of the other stuff is. I will say that they're more, like, supernatural focused than horror, for sure. Some of them I've been meaning to stream for quite some time, so I'm looking forward to them. The two I did confirm, not counting Metroid Dread, because, you know, that'll be out, and we're probably going to play that. I did confirm the Castlevania collection, because I've been talking about that for months. And I confirmed that if we finish everything else, I might do a second playthrough of Luigi's Mansion 3. But if I had to guess, we probably won't get to that. I think the other stuff's probably going to keep us too busy. But we will continue to play Mario Golf through October. That's the one thing I'm not shelving. Picross is done until November. Sonic Marathon's done until November. We will probably continue Fire Emblem as well until we finish it. But aside from that and Mario Golf, everything else is going to be dropped. So yeah, I'm going to take... Next 5 days I'm taking off, just to kind of chill. Ordinarily, so my birthday's coming up mid-October. Ordinarily, I would take some time off after that. I think last year that's what I did. I think I did a birthday stream, and then I think I took like 5 days off. But I really want to focus on the, like, more festive stuff. So I wanted to get the break out of the way early. So I'm just going to do that now. We'll be back on Thursday with Fire Emblem. We'll do more Mario Golf on Friday. That'll be the last of September, so the scores will be finalized at that point. I think Saturday is race night with Twain. I need to double check with him on that. I'm actually gonna leave a note for myself so I don't forget to do that. And Sunday we'll finish Sonic Colors, which will basically be like, it'll probably take us like an hour to finish the game, basically. And then we're just gonna do Egg Shuttle runs. Egg Shuttle is basically the speedrun mode where it just puts all of the stages in order together, cuts out the cutscenes, and you just fucking go fast. So we'll basically just do those for the rest of the night, probably. Monday will be Fire Emblem, and then we're probably gonna pivot into October stuff. So by the time we get back, October will be right around the corner, more or less. So thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Usual stuff. I was mentioning earlier that I haven't been doing like my normal outro stuff lately, and I need to start doing better about that. So regardless of how long you wound up watching, whether it was for a couple minutes or a couple hours, or you might be watching... I doubt anyone's watching Mario Golf offline, but hey, just in case. If you are, you're awesome. However you choose to watch is appreciated. I will see you guys on Thursday for Fire Emblem. I hope everybody has a nice weekend and a nice week. I think that's everything. Yeah, Theo, I used to do speedruns on Sundays. I haven't been very serious about it this year. Last year we did a bunch of speedrun Sunday stuff. This year I just haven't quite been feeling it. I was feeling it a bit after GDQ, but I took so long to get back into it that it just kind of faded before I got to it. Like I said, we'll do some Sonic Colors speedrunning on next Sunday, though, so... I don't think speedruns are going to come back before the end of the year, to be totally honest. If I do the race nights with Twain and I do double stream them, then those will be speedrun nights, but, otherwise... I think between October stuff and the fact that I've been kind of wanting to do art stream stuff, I don't think we're going to do any more speedruns for the rest of the year. I don't think we're going to have any time. Anyway, that aside, as I said, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Enjoy your weekends and week. I will see you on Thursday for some more Fire Emblem. We'll be picking up in, like... I think we're picking up at the boss of a chapter because the internet cut out at the end of the last Fire Emblem stream, so that's going to be a little interesting. But, yeah, otherwise, take it easy, and I'll see you guys in about a week.